Way out.
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to our central staff, employees who do exceptional work behind the scenes, and a special good morning to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. The legislative session of Monday, April 14th, 2025 is hereby called to order. Please rise as we have our legislative chaplain, the Reverend Charles L. Brown Jr., lead us in the invocation, followed by the national anthem and the Virgin Islands March. Reverend Brown.
Let every heart pray. Jehovah God, it is at the very outset of regular session that we pause to invite your presence. From the rising of the sun to the going down of the same, you are still God, and beside you there is none other. Bless central staff, senatorial staff, and the members of the 36th legislature as we work today to do the people's business. As this body convenes for regular session for the first time this year, we take note of the impact of a new administration that is in DC that has already begun to have impact here in the territory. We pray for individuals, organizations, agencies, and institutions that have already been adversely affected by decisions being made in Washington, D.C. Bless the families of Shanika Dow Serrano, Doris Sutton, Amika Heidman Cortijo, and Ozisha Liebird Phillips in their recent loss of loved ones. As this body navigates an agenda that includes the consideration of nominees for various boards, deliberates over lease agreements and other legislation, we pray that these elected officials will keep top of mind the suffering of Virgin Islanders who are still navigating trauma. Our hearts are heavy as prices for goods and services continue to spiral uncontrollably, while resources to pay for them for too many of us are inadequate. But we are reminded in your word that we read where Jesus took 5 loaves, 2 fish, and fed thousands, and had leftover. We need you, Jehovah Jireh, to help the first branch of government today take the funding resources of the territory and do your spiritual mathematics, because in 2025, we believe that little becomes much when it's placed in your hands. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen. Mr. Secretary,
Yes, sir.
can we please have a roll call?
Yes, Mr. President. Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Marvin Blyden, present. Senator Angel Bolquez Jr. Senator Bolquez, absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, present. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, present. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis, present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
Present.
Senator Heiliger, present. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Present. Senator Frederick, present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Present. Senator Gittins, present. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, present. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Here. Senator Johnson, present. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Present. Senator Joseph, present. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Present. Senator Joseph Sr. is present. Senator Avery L. Lewis, present. Senator Lewis, present. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Here.
Senator Potter, present. Senator Kurt A. Valley. Senator Valley, present. Mr. President, 14 present, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. Colleagues, we have a quorum, and we are therefore prepared to proceed. Before we proceed any further, though, I'd like to invite our 2 legislative pages for the day, Kijani Charleswell and Canis LeBlanc, to come forward. Excellent. And they are from my alma mater, the Ivana Eudora Ken High School. Kijani Charleswell is a 12th grader at Ivana Eudora Ken High School and the job training student government, president of on-the-job training and student government. His favorite subject is business, hobbies, producing and reading, extracurricular activities, Future Business Leaders of America, National Honor Society, broadcasting and photography, videography. His career goal is to become a music producer and franchise owner. Excellent, excellent. Welcome, Kijani Charleswell. All right. That's a Savant name, Mr. Mayor, okay. Next we have Ms. Tenise LeBlanc, who is also attending the Ivana Eudora Ken High School, and she's a senior there. School activities, on-the-job training. Her favorite subject is sewing. Hobbies include hairstyling and playing the piano. Extracurricular activities, Future Business Leaders of America, and National Honor Society. Career goal, to be a diagnostic medical sonographer. That is excellent, that is high-powered. Welcome. Give her a round of applause, colleagues. I want to just thank you both very much for spending the day with us. You'll have an opportunity to learn how the sausage is made, meaning behind the scenes. You'll learn how legislation is made. You're going to learn something today. We also have a stipend that you will be getting at the end of the day also. So you can look forward to that. And we're also giving you a first-class meal, top of the line stuff. So thank you both very much for spending the day with us. We appreciate you. The future is yours. Thank you. Okay. Madam Clerk, Are there any pieces of correspondence to be read into the record at this time?
Yes, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Letter dated April 14th, 2025. The Honorable Milton Potter, President, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Dear Honorable President Potter, I am writing to respectfully inform you that I will be delayed in attending the regular session scheduled for Monday, April 14th, 2025 at 10 a.m. at the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall. At the time of the session's commencement, I will be mid-air in transit back to the Virgin Islands. Upon arrival on the island of St. Thomas, I intend to proceed directly to the legislative chambers to participate in the remainder of the day's proceedings. Given these circumstances, I kindly request to be marked as excused for the portion of the session I am unable to attend due to travel. I remain committed to fulfilling my legislative duties and look forward to actively contributing upon my return. Thank you for your understanding and consideration. Respectfully, the Honorable Angel Bolquez Jr., Chair, Committee on Culture, Youth, Aging, and Parks, Senator at Large, 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. This concludes the correspondence, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Please record Senator Angel Bolquez Jr. as excused. Next, colleagues, we're going to move to our standing committee reports. Beginning with Senator Hubert Frederick, you're recognized to provide your report.
Good morning, Mr. President. Thank you, sir. To all my colleagues, a pleasant good morning. All the legislative staff and my senatorial staff, good morning. Mr. President, I am proud to announce that the Committee of Economic Development and Agriculture did have a committee meeting on March the 10th on St. Croix. The agencies that were invited was the Department of Planning and Natural Resources and the Virgin Islands Port Authority. We first had Commissioner Jean Perrier-Orel, who addressed the shore erosion issues, the mooring fee updates, staffing needs for our library, federal funding challenges, and the enforcement capacities that we face. The committee recommended some strengthening of some zoning enforcement issues, expediting permitting, and securing more funding for environmental initiatives. As it relates to the VI Port Authority, we discussed the modernization projects, the cruise passenger ships, and the partnership, the P3 partnerships with the airports, along with workforce recognition. We discussed the need to improve parking, transparencies as it relates to project timelines, and increase oversight with the cruise lines and their agreements. We also had the Director of Office of Cannabis Regulation, OCR, Ms. Director Joanne Moorhead, who
30
testified
seconds.
before us. And she explained to us some of her concerns, and we're happy to announce that she has since brought on some enforcement officers, 4 to be exact, and we're excited about that. So the OCR is on its way. There were some other issues that we discussed, which they're pending legislation that should help correct some of those. I just want to thank you, the Virgin Islands public, for being patient with the 36th legislature and their start.
Time.
We're making vast progress in addressing the needs of the community, and I could assure you that today you'll see us hard at work in trying to resolve our issues. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick, Chair of the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture. Thank you for the important work you and the committee have been doing. Next, Senator Carla Joseph. You may proceed with your 2 minutes, Senator Joseph.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. President. A pleasant good day to everyone, and also to the people of the Virgin Islands. The Committee on Rules and Judiciary held 2 legislative committee hearings. The first was conducted on Thursday, February 27th at the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall. The legislators heard 2 of the governor's nominees, Dr. Sophia George for the Virgin Islands Government Hospital and Health Facilities Corporation for the District of St. Thomas St. John, and Mr. Anthony Martin Barrow Jr. for the Board of Career and Technical Education for St. Croix. The committee also heard from Ms. Regina Disha Bird Peterson, the administrator of the courts for the Judiciary Branch of the Virgin Islands, who testified relative to the operation of the judicial branch. The second committee hearing was held on Thursday, March 27th at the Fritz E. Lowetz Legislative Conference Rooms. Legislators heard from the 2 governor's nominees, Ms. Elizabeth Guadalupe Perez for the Virgin Islands Real Estate Appraiser Board and Ms. Trinity Granger Ostry for the University of the Virgin Islands Board of Trustees. All nominees at both hearings were favorably approved and forwarded to the full body for further action and are on today's agenda. Also, at the hearing on March 27th, Bill number 360028, 360038, and 360040 were considered and favorably reported out to the full body. I would like to always thank all of the members of the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for coming forward and to being in attendance so we could achieve the people's work here in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. Thank you so much, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Carla Joseph. Thank you for the work that you and the committee do in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. Next, we'll have Senator Novell Francis. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. President, good morning to you, my colleagues. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands, and of course, good morning to central staff. The Committee of Budget, Appropriations, and Finance met on February 18th and March 18, 2025. At its first meeting on February the 18th, the committee received a comprehensive update from the governor's financial team on the territory's finances. Their testimony covered a broad range of matters, including the status of vendor payments, property taxes, revenue collections, general expenditures, and the tourism revolving fund. Through further testimony and questioning, the committee delved into the status of the line of credit, the budget stabilization fund, the single-payer utility, Epstein funds, the compliance of reporting in accordance with Act 8915, the cash in hand, federal drawdowns, and the status of federal grants, including FEMA, CARES, and ARPA. As chair, I found that this comprehensive update to be both critical and timely, as we must proactively and exhort our oversight on the territory's finances, and also be aware of those actions being taken by the federal level that have impacted or are projected to impact the territory's finances. At this meeting, the committee also received an update from the Department of Public Works on its territory's capital projects, including the Polly Joseph Stadium, the Vitron Maintenance and Operation Facility on St. Croix, roads and bridges, as well as the Garvey Fund projects. On March 18th, the committee met to consider 4 bills, both leases agreements, namely Bill 36-0028, a lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Tropical Marine, Inc., and Bill 36-0040, a lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Charles Kim VI Foundation. Received favorable recommendations that were forwarded to the Committee of Rules and Judiciary and on today's agenda. We also had Bill number 36-0023, an act relating to the highway users tax, which was held in the committee, as well as Bill number 36-0038, an act increasing the Virgin Islands Port Authority bonding limit, which was forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee with a favorable recommendations. I want to thank all of my committee members for their participation, and the committee meet tomorrow, April 15th, here at the Earl B. Otley Legislative Hall. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time and opportunity.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis, and thank you very much for the very important work that you and the Committee on Budget Appropriations and Finance have been doing. I know your season is coming up very soon with budget hearings that will take place early this summer. Next, Senator Clifford Joseph, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Good morning, and thank you, Mr. Chair. The Committee on Homeland Security and Justice had 2 town hall meetings prior to our first committee hearing. We had our committee hearing on Thursday, the 3rd of April, and we had 3 bills for consideration. Bill 360024 was held in committee, and Bill 360036 and 36005 were both amended and forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph, and thank you for sure for the important work that you and the members of the Committee on Homeland Security and Justice and Public Safety has been doing. Next, Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your, I'm so sorry. Senator Maurice James. Senator James, you are recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, Virgin Islands. Good morning, everyone, colleagues, everyone in and outside the room. The Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning convened on Thursday, February 20th, 2025, in the Fritz Lawetz Legislative Conference Room on St. Croix. The Office of Disaster Recovery and the Virgin Islands Housing Finance Authority provided testimony on key areas of disaster recovery, including federal disaster grants, the structure and responsibilities of the Super PMO, the status of the critical project bundles, and the performance of the CDBG DR programs. Of particular concern was the potential de-obligation of recovery funds due to the anticipated policy shifts under the current federal administration. The committee expressed a strong commitment to continued oversight and emphasized that it will hold future hearings and closely monitor any developments that could impact the Virgin Islands' financial stability and long-term recovery efforts. The next Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure and Planning meeting is scheduled for Thursday, May 15 at 10 a.m. in the Fritz E. Lawetz Legislative Conference Room. The hearing will feature testimony again from this more in-depth on the Super PMO and its challenges and accomplishments, with participation from representatives of Ernst & Young and Whit O'Brien, who will speak on their respective roles in ongoing recovery and infrastructure efforts. In addition, we will also have DPNR, and they will provide a progress update on the implementation of the Comprehensive Land and Water Use Plan. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you so very much, Senator James. Thank you for the very important work that you and the members of the Committee on Disaster Recovery, Infrastructure, and Planning have been doing. Circling back now to you, Senator Ray Fonseca, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. President. Pleasant good morning to everyone, my colleagues, all viewing and listening audience. The Committee on Health, Hospitals, and Human Services conducted site visits to Wang Louis Hospital, the Virgin Islands Center for Diabetes Excellence, Herbert Grigg Home for the Aged, and also to the Myra Keaton Clinic on St. John. And we reviewed the conditions of all of those facilities. Additionally, the committee met at the Fritz Lawetz Chambers on St. Croix on February 25th, and both hospitals were invited, including Human Services. We looked also at the Medicaid program and also the impact on borders in our hospitals, our aging population, and the need for long-term care in our community. Mr. President, however, most of our time was concerned with the state of our hospitals, specifically Roy Snyder Hospital, in reviewing the outstanding billings where there's about $33 million in total accounts payable. And today we'll be addressing the immediate concerns where they have submitted a letter dated April 9th, 2025 in an amount of $6,491,000. And additionally, the Governor Wang F. Louis Hospital, where they have submitted a letter dated April 8th, 2025. And as you know, the Wang Louis Hospital has a total accounts payable of about $22 million, and they have itemized $5.465 million where they intend to address the urgent needs. As you know, the healthcare situation in the community has been in a crisis mode, and I'm so privileged to be able to assist my colleagues with providing any information they needed so that we can make proper decisions, so that we can ensure that health care in our community remains a priority, and definitely so that we can improve the lives of all Virgin Islanders. Thank you so kindly, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Thank you for the important work that you and the members of the Committee on Health, Hospitals, and Human Services have been doing. Senator Marvin Blyden, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands, colleagues, staff, central staff. The Senate Committee on Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunication convened at 9 a.m. on March 28, 2025 in an Earl B. Artley Legislative Hall to engage in a robust discussion with the VI housing agencies and nonprofit organizations regarding affordable housing and housing instability. VIHA announced that $100 to $120 million in FEMA obligated funding will be targeted at improving existing buildings on St. Thomas and St. Croix. Housing Authority testified that there is significant shortage of affordable housing units, which is disturbingly evident in a long waiting list for the Housing Choice Voucher Program, which has a total waiting list of over 6,300 applicants. In the second block, the committee heard from the VI Housing Finance Authority and from the non-for-profit organizations regarding housing instability, and it received an update from the VIHFA on its operations. All parties agreed that the territory is in dire need of more affordable housing units, as a combination of insufficient housing stock, high rental costs, and long waiting lists for public housing and Section 8 rental assistance create a perfect storm that results in thousands of Virgin Islanders suffering from housing instability. The Executive Director for Catholic Charities, Ms. Andrea Shillingford, reminded senators that in addition to the people who are literally unsheltered, there are thousands more that are experiencing housing instability in less visible ways, including the thousands of people who are couch surfing with friends or relatives. Also testifying was Mr. Dan DeRima, a board member of the COC and the director for MTOC. Senators present were Senator Clifford Joseph, my co-chair, Senator Dwayne Rivera Fonseca, Maurice James, and Carla Joseph, along with non-committee members Angel Boquez, Senator Novell Francis, Senator Alma Francis Halliger, and Senator Avery Lewis. Committee member Senator Claude Viale was absent due to previously scheduled engagement. And Mr. Chair, you had a previously engagement, and that's understandable, but you were excused. And Mr. Chair, I want to also mention that Director Eugene Jones testified on the status of its homeownership programs and the challenges that's on the horizon in terms of federal funding. Thank you so much, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you so very much, Senator Marvin Blyden. Thank you for the fine work that you and the committee and the members of the Committee of Housing, Transportation, and Telecommunications have been doing. Senator Kurt Viale, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. A little too much details in the last presentation. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, St. Croix. The Committee on Education and Workforce Development has hit the ground running. We conducted site visits at more than 80% of the schools, and St. Croix, St. Thomas, and St. John. The Vice Chair accompanied me on those visits. We held a committee meeting on February 5th, 2025, where the Department of Education was invited to provide testimony in reference to federal fundings. We, at that point, wanted to know the status of the ARPA and CARES Act monies. I am sad to report that as of March 28, all Department of Educations across the mainland and in the Virgin Islands no longer have access to ARPA or CARES Act funds. So we have lost over $60 million that we were supposed to utilize this summer for repairs. So that's a discussion that needs to go on. It's just a warning out there that the federal funds need to be spent and spent as quick as possible. We also brought in the Bureau of School Construction and Maintenance and had a discussion with the director, Mr. Benjamin, in reference to repair of schools during the summer. Got an update and asked him to provide us with a schedule as to how those schools are going to be addressed. We did receive a schedule from Mr. Benjamin, but a schedule was funded by the federal funds that was just taken away, so that we're now in a quandary.
30 seconds.
We also had a meeting on March 7, 2025, in which we brought in the Department of Labor, spoke to them about workforce development, summer jobs, apprenticeship program, and brought in some of the workforce development organizations to have a discussion as to how they're engaging young individuals into learning various trade and skills. As chair of the Committee on Education, I was also invited to be on a panel discussion on education at the University of the Virgin Islands, which went very well. Our next meeting will be the first week of May 9th. And we look forward to continuing the discussion as to how we're going to be dealing with these issues facing education in the summer, to include the learning loss and repair and maintenance of our schools. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Viale. Thank you for the very important work that you and the members of the Committee on Education and Workforce Development have been doing. Senator Avery L. Lewis, Mr. Secretary, you may proceed with your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning, Central staff. Good morning to my staff as well. It's a beautiful day in paradise. Mr. President, the Committee on Government Operation, Veterans Affairs held 2 meetings. The first one was on February 24th. We had licensing and consumer affairs and property and procurement. In this meeting, we asked for both for comprehensive reports. We met here in the Albee Legislative Hall. We received an update from the Department of Property and Procurement about contractual agreement, vendor payments, and the GVI by software. Additionally, the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs updated the Committee on Programs that prevent fraudulent, deceptive, and unfair business practices and information to help consumers spot, stop, and avoid scams and fraud. Key points included a fuel price survey, frequency of grocery prices, price analysis, and the status of capital projects. Commissioner Alejandro from the Department of Property and Procurement, the Commissioner delivered a testimony along with her leadership team. Her department, the Business and Commercial Unit, manages all lease agreements to the government of the Virgin Islands. Time going on. On March 24th, 2025, we received a comprehensive update from the Virgin Islands Water and Power Authority, the PSC, and Tourism. CEO Carl Knight was here, the Executive Director. We discussed things about billing, malfunctioning, meters, and so forth. He talked about the woes and the challenges the authority is facing. Then we also received testimony from Ms. Sandra Satori, Executive Director of the Virgin Public Service Commission, on disputes about matters at energy, disputes and energy matters. Moving forward. Then we finally received testimony from Assistant Commissioner Alani Henneman she chop off Tadman. So let me be correct. Delivered testimony on behalf of Commissioner Bushelti. Henman stated that there was a 27% surge in arrivals to St. Thomas. And, Mr. President, try to make it comprehensive enough. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comprehensive report, Senator Lewis. I appreciate it. And thank you for the work that you and the members of the Committee on Government Operations and Consumer Protection have been doing. And as president of the institution, I chair the Committee of the Whole. And the Committee on the Whole met on March 3rd and 4th on the islands of St. Thomas to conduct 2 days of hearings and discussions centered around key legislative matters affecting our territory. We began by addressing 2 zoning requests, both of which prompted thoughtful decisions and analysis. We heard testimonies from 2 local Virgin Islanders, Mr. Najaki Boyd and Mrs. Candice Linquist Wallace, who each provided well-prepared presentations. Their input was informative as we continue to assess land use in a way that supports sustainable development across the U.S. Virgin Islands. But the core of our meetings really focused on understanding the pressures of the high cost of living in the U.S. Virgin Islands. This was approached through 4 major discussion areas: consumer goods, housing and utilities, high fuel costs, and sales tax versus gross receipt taxes. We were fortunate to receive testimonies from both public and private sector representatives, each offering valuable insights and data that shed light on the daily financial challenges facing our residents. These contributions fueled meaningful discussions among senators, and I'm proud of the thoughtful and solutions-oriented dialogue that took place. Importantly, this is just the beginning. We will look at the feasibility of forming subcommittees dedicated to each topic area to continue the work started during these sessions. I want to just thank my colleagues for their just top-of-the-line participation and very thoughtful participation in our discussions, as well as all of our testifiers who were very much willing to participate. We are united in our efforts to improve the lives of the people that we serve in this community. Let us continue the work with urgency, collaboration, and purpose. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, can you please read today's agenda into the record?
Consideration of floor agenda. Consideration of nominees. Dr. Sophia George, VI Government, Hospital, and Health Facilities Corporation, District Governing Board of St. Thomas, St. John. Mr. Anthony Mardenborough, Jr., Board of Career and Technical Education, St. Croix. Mrs. Elizabeth Guadalupe Perez, Virgin Islands Real Estate Appraisers Board. Mrs. Trinity Granger Ostry, EIT, University of the Virgin Islands, Board of Trustees. Consideration of bills. Bill number 36-0028, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Tropical Marine Inc. for parcel number 37-1, Estate Nada, number 2, Red Hook Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, and a portion of unsurveyed Estate Nada, number 2, Red Hook Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. Bill number 36-0038, an act amending Title 29, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 10, Subchapter 3, Section 551, Subsection A, by increasing the limit for outstanding bonds for the Virgin Islands Port Authority from $100 million to $500 million. Bill number 36-0040, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Charles M. Kim VI Foundation, Inc., doing business as Virgin Islands Museum of Art, for a portion of lot number 48B, Noragata, King's Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. This concludes the reading of today's agenda, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, we will start with Senator Viola. You're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to order the agenda into two blocks. Blocks number 1, consideration of the 4 nominees with a 2-minute debate time. Block number 2, which consists of Bill number 36 as 0028, Bill number 36 as 0058, and Bill number 36 as 0038, just a side bend down, and Bill number 36 as 0040 with a 4-minute debate time. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Ville, seconded by Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Clifford Joseph, objected to by Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, not voting. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator DeGraff, nay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, not voting. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James.
Yes.
Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
No.
Senator Johnson, nay. Senator Carla J. Joseph.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Yes. Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Kurt A. Vele. Senator Vele, yay. Mr. President, 11 yeas.
Please change Senator Alma Francis Heiliger's vote to no.
Senator Francis Heiliger, nay. Mr. President, 11 yeas, 3 nays, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. The motion carries. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you are recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good day to my colleagues, to the people of this territory. Good day to the nominees and my staff and central staff. I rise in support of all the nominations here today. I had an opportunity during the Rules Committee to really vet these candidates for these various positions. I was very impressed when I had an opportunity to speak to Dr. George and her thought process as to what she would be bringing to the Virgin Isles Health and Hospital Facilities Board. Mr. Anthony Maddenborough Jr., I think this young man is very exceptional, and I am looking forward to the positive things that he intends to bring to the Board of Career and Technical Education. I think when you give young people an opportunity such as this to really help promote the Virgin Islands in the way it should, we should be right there supporting them so they could thrive. As it relates to Mrs. Elizabeth Guadalupe Perez, I do support her nomination. And Ms. Trinity Granger Osteri EIT for the University Board of Trustees. I know I did ask some questions. They were definitely answered, and I'm looking forward to what she's going to bring specifically to the Board of Trustees, because we know that higher learning here in the territory is not only something that we should do, but I think it's very important for our young people to have an opportunity. And when you have individuals on a board to help craft curriculum as well as making sure that their education is moving forward, I support that very much. So again, I support all of the nominees in this block, and thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Franklin Johnson, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the people of the territory. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience. I rise in support of all 4 consideration nominees. I really was impressed when I read about Mr. Anthony Mordenborg and your situation that you had when it comes to going to school and your decision. It really touched me a lot. And I'm glad to see a product stay right here and still decide to make a difference in this territory. I'm quite sure your family out of the western part, although you say you reside in the eastern part. And I really appreciate seeing when my young brothers out of the west come up struggling, but still made a mark and still here doing it for the people. I support all nominees, and I really do appreciate seeing you guys coming, stepping forward. I want to say thank you for your willingness to serve. It's not easy to find folks willing to serve, and when you see people with the kind of knowledge, experience that you guys bring into this table, it gives me hope that the Virgin Islands will be in a better place. So at the appropriate time, I will be voting in the affirmative for all 4 nominees. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Franklin Johnson. Senator Dwayne DeGraff, a minority leader, you may proceed with your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, everyone listening and viewing. I stand in support of all of these individuals because, again, they decided to step up. They were nominated. They're going to be approved, but they decided to step up. That's big to me in the territory. And the reason why I objected to the reorganization of the agenda, we were here today for an emergency session in regarding the hospitals. So since I didn't see anything on the agenda regarding the hospitals, it made me wonder, where is the bill or where is the part of the session that we would allow for special orders to come forward? That's why I objected, and so be it. But thank you for the time, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Senator Hubert L. Frederick, you are recognized for your 2 minutes.
Listening and viewing audience, colleagues, central staff, I stand in support of all the nominees. I think they did a fine job, a wonderful job. Mr. Martinbar, I am especially impressed with your hard work. I need you to continue. I've been to your classroom. I've seen the respect that your students give you, and I need to make sure that you stay on that track to be the best teacher there is, complete your education, and be the role model teacher that you should be and that you are. In respect to the other nominee, I think they were excellent. Dr. George, of course, Ms. Guadalupe Perez, and Ms. Granger Ostry, all great nominees to the boards, and we lack board members, so whenever we have people willing and able to serve, we're always excited that we have them, and people feel free to put your names in the numerous board vacancies that we do have. We need to fill these boards so they become more active and not being operated without a quorum. It doesn't make any sense to have all these boards if they're not functional. So, Mr. President, I give my full support, and I ask that these nominees be vetted and approved. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I rise in support of all of the nominees on today's agenda. They were all properly vetted in the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, which I chair. And I want to single out one of the nominees, Mrs. Elizabeth Guadalupe Perez. This lady is a true overcomer. She is nominated for the Virgin Islands Real Estate Appraisers Board. She has been struggling with cancer, and yet she is willing to serve on this very very important board because we don't have sufficient real estate appraisers here in the Virgin Islands. So I really want to really commend her, and she is a certified real estate appraiser. I also want to note Dr. Sophia George. She had a lot of energy and ideas on how we should be able to operate in the Virgin Islands with our hospital, a hot topic, and that we are going to be addressing today to give them some funding as well. And Mr. Anthony Martinborough Jr., he was impressive, very impressive, and I have to commend him as a young person stepping up to be on this very critical board to address our career and technical area in education. Finally, I want to talk about this other young lady, Miss Trinity Granger Ostry, EIT. She is an environmental engineer, and what is important is she's a graduate from the University of the Virgin Islands. So we have some authenticity there where a person who is a graduate from the University of the Virgin Islands is giving back and is going to be on the board of trustees for the University of the Virgin Islands. Hopefully with that in place, as well as the president being an alumna of the University of the Virgin Islands, it lends to the authenticity that our university can and do graduate high-performing individuals. Thank you so much, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Carla Joseph. Senator Novell Francis, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I rise in support of all of the nominees in this particular block. Block number 2, of course, I want to commend them for their willingness to serve at this critical juncture and personal sacrifices. Serving on these boards, again, they're sacrificing a lot of their time, their family time, to serve on these boards. Dr. Sophia George, I know that her medical background and her global experience and certainly exposure make her poised and positioned to be an effective member on this board. I believe that her intellectual properties will assist, again, driving this critical board in the right directions at this critical time that they need such help. Anthony Martinborough, again, Jr., a young individual. I'm often reminded of this whole Martinborough name as I reflect on Goofy. Dexter Martinborough, my childhood friend who we served in the rescue squad and also there. So I am always happy to hear that his uncle, that is his uncle, that in fact, we have these young individuals that continue to perform well as his uncle had done back in the years that he served with me, and that he continued to carry that mantle forward. And, again, giving of himself. He works at the Free Will Baptist School, again, involving with youngsters as it pertains to civics education. So I want to wish him well and look forward to him serving on that board and bringing a young perspective to that discussion. I didn't get an opportunity to meet with Elizabeth Guadalupe Perez, but certainly I had got a chance to hear her testimony as well as Ms. Ostry, and I also commend them for their willingness to serve and look forward to their contribution to the people of the Virgin Islands. So again, I will be voting in the affirmative for all 4 of these nominees, and I want to commend the administration for sending them forward and their willingness to serve at this critical juncture. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for the time and opportunity.
Thank you very much, Senator Novell Francis. Senator Clifford Joseph, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, rise to support the 4 nominees here today. We start now for the Dr. Sophia George. I think she's going to bring a lot to the hospital board, being that herself got experience of being a nurse. Miss Trinity Granger Ostry. We asked our young people to go away and come back. Here we have one that actually left, and she's back running her own business and also still want to be part of our university. Mr. Anthony Martinborough. Well, I too visited the school, and he do have a good rapport with the students, not just his class, but just about the whole school. I also visited the school during a athletic program, and again, they're all over Mr. Mattenborough. And I think, Miss Elizabeth Guadalupe Perez, again, a person that worked her way from the ground up, started off as an accountant with Mr. Dowett. She also worked with Maureen. I can't remember Maureen's last name at this time, but she also was a appraiser.
30 seconds.
But Miss Guadalupe, like I said, she rose from within, and now she will serve and be willing to train a lot of our young local students that could participate and work themselves from the ground up as well with the type of knowledge that you do have. Thank you, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Clifford Joseph. Next up, Senator Maurice James. You're recognized for your 2 minutes, Senator James.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of the nominees, Dr. Sophia George, Mr. Anthony Martinborough, Mrs. Elizabeth Guadalupe Perez, and Miss Trinity Granger Astry. This is the beginning of the 36th legislature. And I do want to say, first session, I do want to say that when I go through the community and I say to people when they ask about UVI, the Board of Career and Technical Education, the hospitals, the real estate appraisers, no matter which entity they ask about, I always remind them that there is a board. You don't jump from the entity straight to the legislature, but we do. We forget there's a board in between that is there to oversee and guide the operations of the entity and make sure that it is functioning effectively and in the best interest of the stakeholders. So I say that to the community so that they understand. Don't quickly jump and blame the Senate, the legislature. There are people who come before us and state that they want to be on boards, and I recognize how difficult it is to be a board member. I have been that in the past. But they also pledge to serve our community and should be held accountable as board members.
30
Dr.
seconds.
Sophia George, what can I say about her? I mean, she's brilliant. I just want to say to her, though, that this work is important as one public servant to another. You carry a great responsibility across multiple institutions. And so you need to pace yourself, because I understand about wellness, especially right now. Pace yourself. Mr. Martinborough, you need to continue your education. You need to do that, okay? That's my advice to you, because deep work requires deep knowledge. Mrs. Elizabeth Guadalupe Perez, I have seen her work as a real estate attorney. I've seen her appraisals, and she's on point. And of course, Miss Trinity Granger, what can I say? Homegrown talent, coming back to serve us. And her presence on the board is not just welcome, but it is necessary because of her youth. We need freshness, innovation, because all of us need to pass the torch on to the young people in our community. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Maurice James. Senator Ray Fonseca, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of all of the nominees in Block 1. I want to start with Ms. Elizabeth Guadalupe Perez first. Because, the real estate appraisals, and I keep saying this, right? The real estate appraisals is one of the most important items that separates one minority group from the others. And it goes way back to the time of redlining, when certain neighborhoods were redlined and they were appraised at a lower value, and the blue neighborhoods were appraised at a higher value, and that instantly makes you wealthier than your neighbor just based on your appraisal. And it affects you being able to open a business and also to attain the best loan rates. So it's so important, and I keep saying that discrimination in real estate appraisals must not be allowed in the Virgin Islands. You cannot say this neighborhood houses are appraised less than that other neighborhood housing. That's a way how you discriminate against minorities. So I'm glad Ms. Guadalupe is going to be on this board. It's so heartwarming. Of course, I have to talk about Dr. Sophia George, a local.
30 seconds.
Awesome. And also Mr. Martin Borrow. This youth here has a real bright future in the Virgin Islands. You see him, he's hardworking, and he made that Mrs. Trinity Granger for the board of University of the Virgin Islands, because we still have to get that medical school fully accredited, and we need to work on the endowment. So we have a lot of work to do with the university, but we have good people on the university, and I'm so happy to vote at the appropriate time in the affirmative for all of these nominees. And thank you so much, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Fonseca. Senator Marvin Blyden, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I vote yes for all 4 of these nominees in this block. Dr. Sophia George, VA for the VA Government Hospital and Health Facilities Corporation. Mr. Anthony Martin Barrow, Jr., for the Board of Career and Technical Education. Ms. Elizabeth Guadalupe Perez, the Virgin Islands Real Estate Appraisers Board, and Ms. Trinity Granger Astri, EIT, University of the Virgin Islands Board of Trustees. I want to first thank them for their willingness to serve on these different boards and the important work that's ahead of them in respect to all of these boards. I'm going to speak to Mr. Martin Barrow Jr., who's here with us. I once spoke to him earlier, and I appreciated his passion, his willingness to serve, his dedication of a young black man, male, in this territory. We see what's going on with our young people, and you're an example to all of them, straight up. And I must say that it shows that you're vested in your community. It shows that you want to make a difference. It shows that you want to lead by example. And I respect that. And I look forward to working with all of the members who have put themselves forward in terms of what can be done in these different boards. And I look forward to working with all of you. And again, thank you guys for your willingness to serve, Mr. President. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Senator Court VLA, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think I voted on so many occasions on individuals to be nominated for boards and serve on board. And I'm hoping that each and every one of these individuals are going to make a difference on that particular board. Because waste management, WAPA, the hospitals, they're all run by boards. And when the crisis hit, the board will become the Senate. So I'm hoping that each person take their responsibility very seriously, that the Senate don't have to continue to be the board that bails out these entities for lack of management. So I'm going to vote, and I'm going to vote in the affirmative. But we're going to do that analysis months from now as to whether or not we were able to make an impact on these various boards. The hospital, crisis, total chaos, crisis, not billing, etc. CTEC can't expand programs forever in the trades. But they come all the time and say, we're planning this, we're planning that, and then they plan for stuff that don't exist or the jobs don't exist in the Virgin Islands. So I am going to see if we are now following the path of change, of individuals who are going to serve on board and be assertive and do what they need to do to turn these boards around. So I'm going to give everybody that nod today. But we need that accountability component, and not only from these nominees, but from those who are presently sitting on the board
30
right
seconds.
now while the Virgin Islands is on fire. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Violet. Senator Avery Lewis, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Good morning again. Good afternoon again, colleagues, listening and viewing audience. As it pertains to all these nominees, the 4 nominees in Block 1, they all have my vote. I think we did our due diligence already, and we vetted all the nominees, and I think they all pass our muster. So I am going to give them. I am going to give them my vote of confidence. That's right, my vote of confidence. For the remaining time, I'd like to also say congratulations to those Carnival royalties this weekend. It's a great job. Yeah, Sky Lewis, 7-year-old Miss Petite Princess. Keisha Freeman, 9-year-old Princess. Jada Marie Donovan, 15-year-old Junior Miss. I'd like to say congratulations to them and to all the participants out there. And that's it for me, Mr. President. Again, I'll be voting in affirmative.
Thank you very much, Senator Lewis. Senate Vice President Kenneth L. Gittins, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon to all. I am pleased to stand here and support all the homegrown talent that we have here before us today, starting with Dr. George, Mr. Martin Barrow, who I am excited for as a young man coming up in our community. We have to support our young people, put our monies where our mouths are. Mrs. Guadalupe Perez and Mistress Granger Astry. I want to thank each of you for your willingness to serve, and I look forward to your good work. We have some pretty significant challenges on our horizon, and we are counting on each of you to help bring this forward. We are in some challenging times, and communication is key. All right, so reach out, communicate with the legislature, communicate with the executive branch to see how we could best help you so that you could help our community. Young man, I ask you to be open-minded and do just that, communication. All right, you've learned that all through your life coming up. You're now teaching, I believe, at one of the Christian schools. Keep up the good work, and looking forward to good work coming from all the nominees. Thank you. At the appropriate time, I'll be voting in the affirmative for all these nominees. Thank you, Mr. President, and also thank you to the governor for bringing forward these nominees.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Colleagues, I too am supportive of all of the nominees in block number 1. And I must give the governor kudos for having the foresight to send their names down for consideration. I was very impressed, obviously, by Dr. Sophia George, president of the University of the Virgin Islands. I had an opportunity to meet with her for an extended period of time. She's really an incredible Virgin Islander. She's thoughtful, she's dynamic, she's driven. She's exactly what we need at this time on the Health and Hospital Facilities Board. And we are very fortunate to have her. Mr. Anthony Martin Barrow, I haven't had the opportunity to meet him in person, but I must say that his presentation exceeded my expectations. And I participated in that Rules Committee meeting. He brings a level of eloquence and commitment to the table. I see him as a Virgin Islander who is on the rise. I really believe that the voice of the millennials in our community, the millennials and the Gen Zs, is the one thing that is lacking when it comes to policy development. we haven't really had a regular opportunity to hear their voices. And this young man on the Board of Career and Technical Education, I think it provides us with an opportunity to hear the voice and the perspective of the young people in our community. So I will vote affirmatively yes for all of the nominees, to include Ms. Elizabeth Guadalupe Perez, as well as Mrs. Trinity Granger Ostry. She was also impressive in our presentation for consideration at the University of the Virgin Islands Board of Trustees. So at the appropriate time, my vote will be yes for all 4 nominees in block number 1. Colleagues, I think we've exhausted our comments in this round, and we will proceed with our vote. Madam Clerk, can you please call up the first item in block number 1?
Dr. Sophia George, VI Government Hospital and Health Facilities Corporation, District Governing Board of St. Thomas, St. John.
Thank you. Roll call on the nomination of Dr. Sophia George for nominee for the Virgin Islands Government Hospital and Health Facilities Corporation District Governing Board of St. Thomas, St. John.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bulkes Jr. Senator Bulkes Jr., absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Kurt A. Vialet. Senator Vialet. Senator Vialet, yay. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. The nomination of Dr. Sophia George to serve on the Virgin Islands Government Hospital and Health Facilities Corporation District Governing Board of St. Thomas, St. John has been approved by this body, and the governor will be duly notified. Madam Clerk, can you please call up the next nominee in block number 1?
Mr. Anthony Mardenborough Jr., Board of Career and Technical Education, St. Croix.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bulkes Jr. Senator Bulkes Jr., absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Kurt A. Vialet. Senator Vialet, yay. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, the nomination of Mr. Anthony Mardenborough Jr. to serve on the Board of Career and Technical Education, St. Croix, has been approved by this body, and the governor will be so notified. Thank you. Madam Clerk, can you please call up the next nominee in block number 1?
Mrs. Elizabeth Guadalupe Perez, Virgin Islands Real Estate Appraisers Board.
Roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr. Senator Bocas Jr., absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, yay. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, the nomination of Ms. Elizabeth Guadalupe Perez to serve on the Virgin Islands Real Estate Appraisers Board has been approved by this body, and the governor will be so notified. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next nominee in block number 1?
Mrs. Trinity Granger Ostry, EIT, University of the Virgin Islands Board of Trustees.
Please proceed with a roll call. Thank you.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr. Senator Bocas Jr., absent. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, yay. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 absent.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, the nomination of Trinity Granger Ostry to serve on the University of the Virgin Islands Board of Trustees has been approved by this body, and the governor will be so notified. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, I just wanted to recognize the presence of 2 millennial members from the 6th Constitutional Convention who are here with us in the audience, also supporting Mr. Anthony Mardenborough Jr., but I wanted to recognize the presence of Ms. Imani Daniel and Mr. Rudel Hodge Jr. They're here observing as well. Again, millennial members of the 6th Constitutional Convention, and I want to say thank you for your service and continue the good works. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
I second that, Senator Gittins. Definitely, millennials are in the house. Welcome to the Constitutional Convention, folks. Imani Daniel and Rudel Hodge, sorry. You are charged with doing some very important work here in the Virgin Islands, so we appreciate your efforts and your willingness to serve. Now, before we take a small break, I'm going to ask Mr. Anthony Mardenborough to come forward and give you an opportunity to just, express your gratitude, whatever comments you feel like making for 1 minute. We have a mic?
Hold on.
Where you want him?
Thank you. Good afternoon. Oh, okay. All right. All right. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I want to just first thank God for giving me life, health, and strength for me to even be here. I want to thank Governor Albert Bryan Jr. for even nominating me to this post. And I want to thank the 36th legislature of the Virgin Islands for considering me. And to Senator James, I will finish. That's my intention. And I'm grateful to be able to serve and do the work of the people of the Virgin Islands. And to my students out there, continue the good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Escort him around to shake everybody's hand. Yeah. Colleagues, session stands in recess for 30 minutes. Good afternoon, everyone. The regular session of Monday, April 14th, 2025 is back on the record. Colleagues, in the final block, we will be considering the 3 bills and a special order which will be coming shortly. Madam Clerk, can you please read the agenda into the record for block number 2?
Block number 2, consideration of bills. Bill number 36-0028, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Tropical Marine, Inc. for parcel number 37-1, Estate Nodder, number 2, Red Hook Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, and a portion of unsurveyed Estate Nodder, number 2, Red Hook Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. Bill number 36-0038, an act amending Title 29, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 10, Subchapter 3, Section 551, Subsection A, by increasing the limit for outstanding bonds for the Virgin Islands Port Authority from $100 million to $500 million. Bill number 36-0040, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands, Charles M. Kim VI Foundation, Inc., doing business as Virgin Islands Museum of Art for a portion of lot number 48B, Noragata, Kings Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands. This concludes the reading of block number 2, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Do I hear a motion? Senator Francis, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise to move to Special Order Bill number 36-0047, an act amending Act 8920 to appropriate $25 million from the Southern Trust Company Settlement Fund to pay retroactive wages for retired and active government employees and for other related purposes for consideration in today's agenda as the last item in block number 2. I so move.
Here, properly moved by Senator Lovell Francis, seconded by Senator Claude Violet, Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Avery Lewis, objected to by Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bulkes Jr. Senator Bulkes Jr., yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, nay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, absent. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.
Yeah.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. No. Senator Francis Heiliger, nay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Yes. Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Yes. Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yes. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Yay. Senator Joseph Sr., yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Yes. Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Kurt A. Vialet. Senator Vialet, yay. Mr. President, 12 yeas, 2 nays, 1 absent.
Thank you very much. The motion carries. Thank you, colleagues. We will now move to a 4-minute round. Consideration of bill number 36-0028. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 4 minutes for the bills in this final block.
The entire block,
yes,
okay.
Yes.
Good day, good afternoon to the people of the territory, to my colleagues, to central staff, my staff. I rise in support of all of these pieces of legislation. As it relates to Bill 36-0028, I am in full support of continue with any type of assistance when it comes to dealing with any type of economic development. I had an opportunity to hear as it relates to the extension of this Red Hood dock. So I'm okay with that one. As it relates to 360038, an act amending Title 29, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 10, and this one has to do with limiting the outstanding bonds for the Virgin Islands Authority from 100 million to 500 million. I did agree that if an amendment was agreed upon, I would support this piece of legislation. The amendment has been circulated, so once this has been done, if the amendment passes, I will definitely support. Reason being is very simple. I do believe that our ports need funding in order to expand and grow that the way we need to, but until we see the need to jump from 100 million to 500 million, I cannot be irresponsible without seeing the need at the moment. Now, if there is ever a time that they have in need of additional funds, they could easily come back to this institution and we could amend it accordingly, only if it's necessary. As it relates to 360040, I'm 100% in support of this piece of legislation. I know a lot of people had a lot of concerns in regards to the fact that this is a 99-year lease, and there were two 50-year options. Now, first of all, when it comes to the 50-year options, we could easily refuse, so there are no consequence to me whatsoever. But the main concern with some of my colleagues had to do with giving a lease for 99 years for a building that a nonprofit is going to take up upwards of maybe over $30 million of their money, invest into rebuilding a building that we have no money to rebuild right now, invest into turning a museum, creating a museum in downtown Charlotte, Amalie, where in this district we have millions of tourists coming so we can have an opportunity to showcase not our talents as well as our history. In addition to that, the building in itself is a safety hazard. And if our government was so concerned, we should have dealt with it already. But because we have a lack of funding, I do not see an issue with us giving someone an opportunity to not only rebuild the building,
1 minute,
giving us an opportunity to employ individuals and guarantee that they will be spending money to employ these people for the next 99 years, but also creating a location where our history is showcased. So at the end of the day, for me, this is an important tool that could not only benefit the District of St. Thomas, the District of St. Croix, St. John, because one of the things that they shared with us that they intend to do is that the various talents that we have within this territory can sell their goods, can turn in music, art, whatever the case is, and it could be sold and promoted right here in downtown St. Thomas, where millions upon millions of tourists come on an annual basis. VI forever. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you very much, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Before I move to my next colleague, I want to recognize the presence of Senator Angel Boquez Jr. Please record Senator Boquez as present. The man from West, Senator Franklin Johnson, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I love what my colleagues just said. Millions upon millions of tourists. $35 to go into a museum, so only 1 million it take for them to get back $30 million. Only 1 million visitor it take. Just one. You multiply the $35 times 1 million visitors, and you get back $35 billion in one sweep. My issue with this measure, bill number 360040, we are going to give West something for 99 years. We're going back to the Hess. 1 cent. And none of our grandchildren are going to see any change in this. None. 99 years and then 2 more 50-year term. I don't understand where we're going this. It's best we go back and say, Mr. S, we were wrong for taking a cent from you. We should have taken half a cent. Because this measure here, and we keep saying this is a non-profit organization, so don't look for no taxes from it. Don't look for none. In 99 years, we won't be able to adjust this. When I came from Tennessee, we went and visited a museum at $35. All it takes for them to make the $100 a month that they're going to give to us is 3 visitors walking in to that museum. So the first of the month, when 3 visitors walk in at $35 a piece, they got $100 for the Virgin Islands. Imagine that. You know what's $100 10 years from now? $100 a month. That's what this is about. Nobody wants to speak about that. It's $100 a month for 99 years. We're really serious? But I could go ahead and know. I have voted in this body by myself before, and I don't have a problem voting again because history gonna have a way to come back where we keep our great-grandchildren ain't gonna get no money from this. Trust me, they ain't gonna get no money from this, and they're going to make a profit. Make no mistake about that. When you look at a non-profit organization, it's a job. Somebody gets paid. It's not for free. Somebody gets paid. So when you look at all the members on the board, you think they're getting it for free? We complain about this government don't have money for this, for that, for nothing. And we're going to sit in here and give away 99 years? Plus 50, plus 50. But guess what? I met some of these folks that's involved in this same museum. And I said, you guys need to hold this and let's work a next arrangement because I'm willing to give you the building to lease. I was told all or none. 99 years or none. No negotiating. We don't want to sit down and wait. We want the 99 years. That's where the legislature come wrong to now, being pushed around for the government access. Push around to give it 99 years. It's a gift you want to give somebody, say that. I would prefer to even sell the building than to say I'm going to lease it because you're not going to get nothing from it. Zero. $100 in 20 years is nothing. Today you give your child $100 and tell them go shop. And what they could come back with?
30
they
seconds.
could barely come back with a sneakers. Barely. And this government laid itself down to collect $100 a month. For 99 years. 99 years. The people at the Virgin Islands are going to listen. And when they talk to you, I hope I could sit with our good conscience believing that it's right. Vote your way. I going to vote mine. But trust me, this nature you're going to come back to hand the people of this territory. It have to. Because we're going to be dead, right? So watch it? To hell with we grandchildren and them, that's what they say. To hell with the future. Just give it away. Ain't giving away with my vote. You in the timekeeper. But I ain't giving it away with my vote, Mr. President. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Senator Dwayne DeGraff, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I vote affirmative for all these bills. Yes, yes, yes. And imagine, I'm 63 years old, and the French Wharf, that building is 105 years old. Imagine, we are the great-grandchildren of when that building was built. Look at the state of it. That building falling down. Somebody, wherever they come from, investing their money, not a dime from the government. They're investing their money. So then now my great-great-grandchildren may be able to see the place in their lifetime built because they're trying to build it up different now. They're trying to build it strong and everything. So I have no issue. I respect everybody's opinion, but make no mistake. Dwayne Maurice DeGraff, and when I call my name, Dwayne Maurice DeGraff from Savannah, vote yes. I ain't flinching, I ain't hiding behind nobody. But the issue still remains, is 99 years. The issue, when we passed this bill from the Budget Committee, we went into a little caucus and we talked about holding a meeting to address some of the issues of the bill. I was never informed of the meeting. I don't know if the meeting was held, but we were supposed, it was. So I wasn't informed of the meeting, so I don't have any feedback in regards to the meeting. But that was what we all agreed upon. So to agree on one thing and then everybody isn't told, hey, but I support it 100%. So at the time when it comes to the vote, I'm ready to vote. Thank you for the time, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator DeGraff. Senator Angel Bolquez Jr., you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues and listening and viewing audience. I rise in support of all the measures in this block. And I'll begin with 36-0028, which is a lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and Tropical Marine, Inc. And the project is a very smart investment that supports and strengthens our maritime industry here in the St. Thomas, St. John district. Moving forward to bill number 36-0038, I rise in support of that as well to give capacity to the VI Port Authority. $100 million today was not $100 million when that bond capacity was instituted. So $100 million today is likely $250 million. 100 million yesteryear is 250 million now, is what I'm trying to say. So it helps the Port Authority to have vital commerce and tourism and emergency response, along with the capacity to do other business and infrastructure repairs, etc. As for bill number 36-0040, I rise in support of this to give the Charles M. Kim VI Foundation of the Virgin Islands, the Museum of Art in Charlotte, Amalia, and the initiative blends our cultural preservation and the economic revitalization of the area here in St. Thomas, and creating a hub for art history and our community, which is very important to our culture. As for bill number 36-0047, I understand that there is an amendment, and I am in support of this measure as well. And I rise in support of it as it directs substantial funding to our hospitals, JFL and Schneider Regional, to repair critical infrastructure and replace outdated equipment, and support patient care options, and appropriates funds for public health, safety, including EMS services, waste management, elderly care. Also, in addition, the bill speaks to elderly care for Herbert Gregg Home. Most importantly, the bill also fulfills a long-standing issue in the sense of a promise concerning our public servants and appropriating retroactive wages for retirees, survivors, and active employees. However, I wanted to mention, just for clarity purposes, I must also speak to what is absent in the bill. The amendment makes no mention to the Myra Keaton Smith Community Health Center on St. John, and as the Senator at large, I have a duty to raise that concern, as our residents on St. John depend heavily on the facility for emergency care and routine services, yet it remains in a holding pattern too often, and also subjugated to the availability of supplies and resources from the Royal Schneider Hospital, and this systematic delay also leaves our people underserved. However, I was able to have a discussion with CEO Commission here this afternoon, whom assured me that funds will be appropriated to the Myra Keaton Smith Clinic, which I want to make sure that that happens, because my office feels a lot of phone calls and concerns about that same issue, and I've had that discussion with you a few times over the phone, CEO Commission, and I'm hoping that we're able to make sure that they're not subjugated to that holding pattern for far too long. I support the measure with the understanding that the needs of St. John will also be met, even though it's not explicitly stated on the bill. Mr. President, I thank you for the time and look forward to voting at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Bolquez. Senator Hubert Frederick, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. A pleasant good afternoon, all people of the beautiful Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, Central staff, colleagues, and my staff. I vote to hold my vote, but rather have a discussion about the 4 bills that are before me. When voting is appropriate, I will cast my vote. Bill number 36-0028. I was privileged to be in attendance when Ms. Rowan came and testified. Tropical Marine Inc., Estate Nada St. Thomas. I was very pleased with this business for being committed to be a locally bred business, doing business here in St. Thomas for a number of years. And the lease was quite appropriate at 50 years. The payback on it, since there's an economic development benefit to the people of the Virgin Islands, is very positive and appropriate, with a 35% possibility of a return on investment for the people of the Virgin Islands. So I stand in support of this, but I haven't voted yet. In respect to bill number 36-0038, the bill that deals with the credit limit for the VI Port Authority, I am supporting this bill with the proposed amendment coming. After I see the details of that, more than likely, this would be something I would be interested in moving along. But initially, I had my concerns about this bill. I believe that they should, in fact, come and speak to the body if they so desire to increase the limit, and explain to us in detail what specific purposes they needed the credit limit increased, because it does, in fact, affect the borrowing capacity of the Virgin Islands government in totality. As it relates to bill number 36-0040, I have my concerns for 39 or 99-year leases. I have not seen one yet. This will be my first one. I don't particularly like long leases like this because that's a long time. And this is a nonprofit organization that I could assure you there's some money that's going to be made here. And we all know that. Whether or not we want to admit it or not, why couldn't they accept a 50-50-50 agreement? If they're that great, do the 50. And I'm pretty sure the next set of legislature would be happy to give them 50 more years and 50 more years and 50 more years.
1 minute.
But it was told to us is take it or leave it. And that is problematic to me. I know none of us in the Virgin Islands would be so fortunate to have a deal like that. So I have an issue with this one. If there's an amendment forthcoming to adjust the terms, then I would think otherwise. And I think there's merit in this bill. I have no problems. I'm in love with the fact that it's another museum, because I consider Fort Christian a museum as well. This is just another type of museum. And that's fine. We could put a whole bunch of museums in downtown Charlotte and Mali if we want to. But for the purposes of having these long-term leases on government property that we currently don't make any money on, that makes no sense.
Time.
So I ask my colleagues to consider that when they make their deliberation. And last bill number, Mr. President, if I've just wrapped up real quick, bill number 36-007. I definitely am looking forward to assist the hospitals in this measure, because I think it's something that we have a responsibility to. Thank you very much for your time, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Frederick. Senator Carla Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Pleasant good day to my colleagues and all the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I want to first begin my discussion on bill number 36-0040, and that is for the lease between the Virgin Islands government and Charles M. Kim Foundation, Inc. This is a nonprofit. I don't know if many of you have been associated with nonprofits, but I have. I spent a considerable time volunteering with nonprofit organizations and serving on their board in a volunteer capacity. And it's typically volunteer. What they are doing is really a new paradigm in looking at development, wherein you have a nonprofit organization willing to come into the Virgin Islands, remove a blighted area that is severely damaged, and is going to perhaps one day be an issue regarding liability to people and human life should a little block fall down and hurt somebody. And that area is always busy with our tourists and our local people. I can't take that risk. They are doing something very special in that they are investing money into this economy, wherein we have a level of uncertainty with our federal funds. We have a level of uncertainty with even our revenue generation. But guess what? With this bill, because this is a philanthropic organization, they have the money. They already put up a $5 million bond. That's to show that they're serious about it. And that's what I like. I like to see people showing me the money, that they are serious about economic development and not just talking the talk. So I am going to be supporting this measure today because it's an investment in our Virgin Islands, it's an investment in our people, it's an investment in a needed museum so that we could have an authentic experience for not only our visitors, but for our residents to show them the culture. I see nothing happening. I know we leased a number of years ago some property to the Boxing Association down in Bordeaux. Nothing, and that's our next nonprofit. Nothings. They are already showing money. Let them do it, and they ain't asking for no partnership from us. Demolition, all of those things, and then erecting the building. That's what we need, especially in our downtown area where we see a lot of visitors and a lot of action happening, and especially during Carnival.
1 minute.
So that's part of it. Now let me switch to 36.0028. This is a bill for Tropical Marine Inc. They've been in business in the Virgin Islands for over 45 years. This is a woman-owned business. She already have a thriving business there. They're planning to have a retail shops in that area to expand. I am in support.
30 seconds.
And then finally, I don't have a problem with bill number 36.0038 regarding the bonding and expanding it. My only issue and my challenge to the executive director of the Port Authority is get the dredging of our Charlotte Amalie Harbor underway. Do what you need to do to expedite it. We just came from the sea trade, and we need a lot of experiences here, and we want the ships to come because, listen, a lot of our funding is in jeopardy. So I know they're going to come to St. Thomas because we are going to have a museum. I'm going to wrap up, Mr. Chairman, Mr. President. Where they're going to come here, they've been coming here, and I have something planned too. And it's not only for St. Thomas, but it's also for the Virgin Islands as a whole. So I am in support of all three measures, and I'll be in support of the amendment, should it come, regarding reducing the amount of the bonding capacity. Thank you so much, Mr. President, for your leniency.
Thank you very much, Senator Carla Joseph. Senator Novell Francis, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I rise in support of most, if not all, of the measures in this block. And I wanted to start off with bill number 36.0028, which is the Tropical Marine, and again, commend a locally owned marina that continue to exist there, and certainly we are happy to support that endeavor. In respect to the increase on raising of the bond ceiling, and of course, I know that there is an amendment circulating where we'll be reducing that from $500 to $350 million. And certainly the Port Authority and the Executive Director is okay with that compromise. So I look forward to supporting that as well. In respect to the museum, again, I will be supporting that measure because, again, I believe that the Virgin Islands is rich with our history. And, museum allow for us to be able to have a historical, cultural artistic, scientific location where we're able to house a lot of our artifacts. And you're correct, a lot of us is not going to be around 99 years down the road. However, who's going to live, who's going to tell our story? I think the museum presents an opportunity for our stories to be told. And, you know, everywhere I go, I make sure I visit the museum and an aquarium, you know, so I certainly am happy to see that going. And, you know, I will be supporting that particular measure. Of course, we have bill number 36-0047 on the agenda as well. And, you know, it pains my heart to see where we're at with our healthcare. And certainly, I know that we're making some effort to be able to address our healthcare situation and support our hospitals in being able to get them up to some solvability there. And, you know, in this measure, we're also expecting some commitment from the hospital as well in terms of ensuring that there's proper billing that's going on. Yeah, but there was a lot of talk, a lot of rhetoric about what this government is doing for our healthcare system. Cigna, $161 million is paid to Cigna. MAP, $165 million with a $23 million match goes to Cigna, goes to MAP. Our hospitals, $64 million between both the Roy Lester Snyder Hospital and the Governor Juan Francisco Luis Hospital. Our federal health care, our federally qualified health care, $4.5 million goes again there. And we're about to provide some additional funding there. There's one thing that has been recommended by the board, and I'm hoping to see, is in respect to the physician compensation model, because they too have a responsibility to ensure, because a lot of this issue that we're seeing, our professional fees, 55% of our Cigna payment happens right here in this territory. 45% is off island. Who's getting that money? In our hospitals, because again, we're hearing that the facilities fees are not being collected there. So we know that our doctors are somewhat benefiting from this. So when we talk about making these changes and all buying into this process of fixing our healthcare system, our doctors have to also equally commit to doing better by this place. You know, when we hear about the lack of supplies, I'm sorry, what was the time?
30 seconds.
When we hear about a lack of supplies and the fact that we can't do surgeries and all of these issues that's plaguing our hospitals, we have to do all that we can to support our hospital and get them up and running. And stop the bleeding. Be able to take care of our patients right here at home. 295 patients from January to now has been airlifted. Money is flying out of here.
Time.
How do we start to save some of that money right here in this territory? Yes, we'll be providing some support to our hospitals, but they too have to do their part to make sure that that funding remains here and circulate in this economy. Thank you very much, Mr. President, for your time. I intend to support most, if not all, of the measure in this particular block. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Noel Francis. Senator Clifford Joseph, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon to the listening public. Good afternoon to my colleagues. Good afternoon to everybody that works for the legislature. Well, this afternoon, I stand in support of most of the bills as they are, but I must say for 36-0040, Act providing a lease between the government of the Virgin Islands and Charles Kim. You may say 100 years. We got a building that's 100-year-old now that we got to look at the check and the balance. I took some time checking and balance here because personally, when I think about the construction that will be going on should draw some money. Contractor must pay its workers, and that portion ain't gonna be volunteer work. That work for sure is not a non-profit. Individual will be there working. We gotta look at the safety zone that we have. If somebody get hurt presently as we speak, we might be liking to hear the cost that the government have to come up with. So the extra 50, I just feel personally, these lease agreement needs to be consistent because the legislature does not, I repeat, does not bargain on lease agreements. So whoever we have in support of the government from property and procurement, we need to make sure that the leases are more consistent. So by the time they get to the legislature, we don't be arguing about the lease in itself, because we don't create leases. For sure, approval for building number 360028, I will support. Family business, everybody knows how hard it is to stay in business, and if you're in the business over 30 years, you have to be doing something close, if not the right thing. So I think the lady for this business has been doing the right thing. So she deserves her 50. See, see, that's why I'm talking about the consistencies. So this way 100 should have really came in, because she done show her hand for 30 years already. Port Authority, again, I myself will be bringing an amendment, and for sure I'll support it after the amendment, because I feel personally that 400% of anything, especially looking at, if you're looking at the port for what it is, they might be going into a private partnership and the airport. So now we only have to focus on our seaports. So I didn't see the reason for a 400% increase. With the hospitals, for sure, 36-0047, ain't no question if I'm going to support what we all need to be supporting, which is our healthcare system, without question. We could speak about, it's easy to find all the complaints, but at this point, although the Bornan government is not sitting in a good place with monies as far as handing out to bail out, we too have to make sure we put some guardrails in place to make sure that people who are managing start to do their part. I feel, I don't care which manager you are, in which department, you too have a responsibility to the people of the Bornanas, our taxpayers, all of ourselves, to do your part. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Joseph. Senator Maurice James, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
That's the athlete in me. Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the bills in this block. I was very pleased with the tropical marine lease that was negotiated. It's $2,500 per month and 50 years with 2 options of 10 years. And of course, this family is generational, and they have invested a lot of money over the years in that property. When it comes to the Virgin Islands Port Authority's bonding authority, I support my colleague's amendment to reduce it to $350 million. So when that happens, I will be in support of that, because we have to be aware of interest payments, capacity, different reasons why we may not want to take it all the way up to 500. When it comes to the lease agreement with Charles M. Kim, Virgin Islands Foundation for the Virgin Islands Museum of the Art, I personally am disappointed in the negotiation of that lease. But I weighed it against the fact that it seems as if this building has been sitting on that street for a long, long time, and we haven't done anything to improve the building. Another issue with that is that the lessee or the tenant can actually terminate the lease every year or every 10 years, and there is no reciprocal option for the government to terminate the lease. And I keep hearing people saying that the government can terminate at any time. No, it cannot. It has to be part of the lease agreement. And then you have to show justification for the termination. So I'm not sure why we keep hearing that. Nevertheless, they are going to invest a substantial amount of money into this building. And it may be 10 years from now they decide to give it back to us because they can under the lease. Yeah, so that may happen. And so I support it for that reason. Of course, when it comes to healthcare, all right, I'm going to give my personal story, which is December 26th, I got cut. March, I got a bill for $23,000, okay? My first thought was, if I was not insured, who would pay for the cost, that $23,000, if I was not insured?
1 minute.
And we have been paying over the years. So we have social issues that we need to address in this community and realize that the hospitals are under a burden. They must accept the person who presents themselves at the door of the hospital. And even if my $23,000 was a lot to I don't know, to me, doctors, just like lawyers, we deserve a lot of money hourly, so I don't have a problem with that. But it shows you have to pay for the anesthesiologist, you have to pay for the nurses, you have to pay for the surgeon, you have to pay for the receptionist, you have to pay for everybody
30 seconds.
along the way. So we have to support our hospitals, and I am definitely in support of giving the hospital all the money it deserves, but we don't have all the money because it doesn't grow on trees. So we have to give them what we can give them, and that's what we're going to try to do today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator James. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 4 minutes, sir.
Yes, thank you so kindly, Mr. President. Okay, so Bill number 36-0028, Tropical Marine Estate Nada. This is right out there across from the Ezra Fredericks Ballpark. The Ruan family been doing business in the VI for a long time. Most of us know him. This is a 50-year lease. We're going to get $30,000 a year. They're paying $2,500 a month. Check. I want to go to 360040. This is a VI Museum of Art. You know, this is the Alpine Group. It's a building down there, right there. You know, the folks that used to call it right next to Tatola Wharf. You know, the VI legislature used to be in that building. The courthouse used to be in that building. VIPD used to be in a building. You know, they say they're going to put a museum. You know, I personally feel a museum is better located right here across from the legislature in the fort, because the fort is a real historic building. You know, you can show them the whole facts of the VI. You know, it was a prison and all kind of stuff. But, you know, they're going to pay $100 a month for 99 years, and then they got option to review for 50 more and another 50 more. So 199 years. So none of we here, nor our kids, them, maybe or even our grandkids going to be alive by the time this deal here done. But a museum of the art is a good thing, you know. And it displays the VI culture, and as a matter of fact, right there where it's located is probably the most traverse area for tourists. So it's in the best location for tourists to come to the VI when they come in the taxi. They drop them off right there on Main Street, right there next to Main Street. So it's one of those things where it's not a perfect deal. You know, quite frankly, I have to really have a deep dive in my conscience, because I think the museum is better located in the fort. So I'm finally determined on how I'm going to go, because I'm concerned about the time, 199 years plus another 50 and a 50, and the $100 a month. And this is a big group. This is a big philanthropist organization. You know, they give away money and they donate for a good cause. So it's a lot of good to it, but there's some concern. So I don't know. Bill number 360038, this is where we're going to give the Port Authority that authority from 100 million to 500, 350
1
million.
minute.
There's an amendment. You know, the VI airport is growing. You know, you look at the airport, they got a long line of planes taking off. And sometimes we have an issue if, and it's happened, I think, twice in this year, if a plane is, for some reason, not able to take off, or when it lands, it has an emergency, our airport is shut down. The VI airport, St. Thomas Airport, Cyril King Airport is shut down. So we need to look at expanding
30 seconds.
our airport. You know, personally, I think our airport needs another runway because it's getting busy. Look at that big parking that we put in. And if you can see, it's almost half full and the whole thing ain't even 100%, you know, there. So it's a good thing for the airport, and I have to congratulate all those involved for seeing the vision to asking for this additional capacity by increasing the limit for the outstanding bond. So
Time.
definitely I am going to vote in the affirmative for those two. Thank you, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Senator Marvin Blyden, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I stand in support of all 4 bills in this block. I'm going to start with bill number 35.0028, which is tropical marina lease, the lease for tropical marina, and basically it's a long-standing and vital entity, and it's a no-brainer for me, so I definitely will be supporting that. In respect to bill number 36.0038, the bonding capacity for Port Authority from 100 million to 500 million, there's an amendment coming that puts it to 350, so definitely I will be supporting that, because the last time Port Authority did a bond, it was in 1998. Which was for $100 million, and in today's dollar, it's $276 million. So it's important that they must keep up with the pace of rate when it comes to inflation. And separate and apart from that, however, the cost of construction has risen drastically, particularly in the last few years. So I definitely will be so important that bill number 36.0047, which deals with the hospital and basically putting a stopgap measure in place in terms of funding to assist them with the operations in respect to $22.5 million. And I think that's going to go a long way for both hospitals and assure that healthcare is there for our people. It also speaks to retroactive pay for our retirees, government employees, and those that have been deceased. This is a very, very good bill, needed bill, and timely bill, and I definitely will be supporting that. And finally, I'm going to speak to bill number 35.36, why I keep on saying 35, 36.0040, the lease for the Charles Kim Foundation, a non-for-profit organization. Let me tell you why I'm in full support of this lease. Okay, let me tell you, which includes the urgently needed demolition and reconstruction of the Hamburg American Lines building, which is in danger of imminent collapse and represent an eyesore in the heart of downtown Charlotte, Mali. There is an anticipated $30+ million investment in the property and operations at no cost to the government of the Virgin Islands. The government of the Virgin Islands will receive 30% of income from subleasing of the space. No one mentioned that this is there. Also, it establishes a space for showcasing arts and culture here in the territory. St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix. Okay, and the exclusive use of the property for non-profit purposes, which is presumably enforceable by the fact that the government must approve any transfer of the lease. The reason why I will be voting for the lease, number one, is because of the importance of showcasing our arts and culture, the fact that it is to a non-profit organization, the dangerous condition of the location at this point, and our financial constraints that prevent us from fixing the building ourselves. This is a building that is on the verge of collapse, and we saw what happened the other day to our sister island. So let us remember and avoid the
30
tragic
seconds.
occurrence that happened in the DR. This is a dire need to improve our tourism product and our downtown areas. This project will help to accomplish both of these objectives at no cost to the government of the Virgin Islands. The government will realize significant excise and gross receipt taxes in terms of revenue. Mr. President, if I can wrap up. During the construction phase, during the construction phase of this project. And also, 150 workers will be included in the construction phase. That's revenues also for our territory. Mr. Chair, please have the senator relax himself. Okay, thank you. And
Senator, allow the senator to complete his thought, please. Thank you. Go ahead.
And at the end of the
You may
day,
proceed, Senator.
at the end of the day, Mr. Chair, this is a good investment for the people. And they say that we're not going to be around. Of course, we're not going to be around. That's why it's called history. Okay, our history will be around. Our kids and grandkids will be able to see what we did and many others in terms of our art and culture. Thank you so much, Mr. President, for the time. And thank you to my good colleague on the other side for actually understanding the importance of such a project. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Senator Blyden. Thank you very much. Senator Kurt Violet, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. The 86th legislature will be convening when the first phase of this lease is over. The 86th legislature. By the 250-year term, we will be convening the 136th legislature in what each member of this institution say we are going to preserve our history. The lease is built on good faith and trust because all that you said isn't in the lease. It is what we are proposing and what we expect them to do as this lease is signed. That's what we expect them to do, but it's not in there. It's good faith and trust. The lease is vague when it comes to the wording, but good faith and trust. What I would recommend to the Alpine Group is to hire some members of the legislature for the marketing team, because it would work. Because you guys have done an excellent job marketing this particular facility. But I want you to keep in mind that there is nothing in the lease or no legislation that is passed that mandate that members of the board must be Virgin Islanders or a certain percentage. There's nothing that says that our historical culture bearers must have a seat on the board. They told us when we asked, don't worry about it. But when I look up the nonprofit, it ain't look like we. And there's no mandatory phase that we must have representation on the board. Somebody equated to Megan Bay. Megan's Bay Authority got to come here. They look like us. They got to come here to be on the board. But enough of that, because I don't want to talk too long. Hospital I want to speak about. Hospital more important. I want to sign it for 200 years. Go ahead. I will vote appropriately at the time. There's a lot of discussion about the hospitals. What is the Senate going to do? Why is the Senate not funding the hospitals? The legislature, on a regular basis, has consistently funded the the hospitals. From the time I became a senator in 2015, and I ran through legislation that was passed in addition to the regular appropriation. And I just want to list a couple. 2014, $12 million to JFL, $10.5 million to Snyder. Full upgrade for electronic medical records. Just 10 years ago, we gave them $20 million to upgrade everything. And now nothing ain't working. 2014, $4 million to each hospital. Each hospital, $2.5 million for general purposes, and $1.5 million to WAPA. 2015, $7 million to GFL, $3.4 million to Snyder. CMS agreement for certification. 2016, $4 million to each facility to assist with bills. And it goes on, but I'm going to run out of time. So we've always given monies. The issue is accountability. It's accountability. There's a lack of accountability, and there are excuses as to why billing isn't taking place on a regular basis.
30 seconds.
And at some point, they got to be held responsible. Or we're going to be back here 6 months from now, a year from now. So they have to come and sit and tell us how they're going to improve the accountability and the billing for the hospital. If you use a bag of IV, you got to replace it. It don't replace itself. But they're using supplies, and nobody's billing for it. So we have to make sure they bill. And the C-suite filled with people. There's a lot of individuals in management position making $250,000 plus.
Time.
And the legislature is the entity now that have to come and provide additional monies to the hospital. If I may conclude, Mr. President.
Yes, you may.
The bill that is coming, the last bill that was special ordered, it's a comprehensive measure. Along with the hospital, it's going to fund the retroactive monies from a dedicated funding source, some $22.5 million. It's going to provide money to human services to reduce the number of borders and to reduce the waiting list for Hobart Great Home. $1.2 million for next fiscal year, $400,000 to complete this year. It's going to provide monies to the Waste Management Authority. It's going to provide some monies to the Port Authority for the Ann Abrason Dock to be able to enhance the area with an excellent meeting that we had with Royal Caribbean at Sea Trade as to how we'll be able to move forward. So colleagues, you still have time to sign on. We need everybody to come on board. Even our good senator from St. Thomas. We want everybody to come on board on this measure and sign on, and let's pass it. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Viale. Senator Avery Lewis, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Pleasant good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. And when it comes to the 4 bills in this last block, I support every one of them. As it pertains to, let me start from the bottom, come on. 360047. I know when I was government house, every time I beg for the retirees. So Governor, we have to pay out something in a retro. But income tax took precedence. And I mean, I promise, I voted, I ran, and they said that I was going to look out for the retirees to make sure that retro payment is included. And that's what is in this bill. I don't know about nobody else. I could speak for all of you. We only got 1 hospital in each district. And when we go to that hospital, we want the optimum care that they could provide. I don't want them to know they're missing a stitch, a Tylenol, anything that could have saved my life. Later this afternoon, I'm going to bring an amendment to add additional monies to go along with what we propose in this bill. Because our hospitals need it. So we can stay here, play games, him and ham. But we only have 1 hospital in each district. And we need to support them. I don't know about you all, but I've been receiving calls in the same bill about waste management. Step outside the legislature, tell me what you smell. We have to address these matters. Somebody said it earlier. All these institutions have boards. But I guess today we're the big board. And we're going to address it. So we're stepping up. As it pertains to Bill 360040, the museum, I support that. Not only because it's deteriorating. When I was administrator, that building was falling down, concrete was dropping. I went up government house, car, property, and procurement. We made a proper arrangement. You notice it's enclosed now? I don't know how long that's going to last. The last tenant in that building was the legislature. People get sick. So we have to do something.
1 minute.
Not one dime coming from the people of the Virgin Islands. Pocket. I'm going to support that. And I could see it as a revenue generator. Because people ain't only going to come for the museum. They're going to come for everything else we have to offer. And we just came from Sea Trade, some of us. And they talk about authentic experiences. So we're going to go with that. The tropical marine, that's an easy one. The one with Port Authority, from 100 to 500 million. My colleague is bringing an amendment.
30 seconds.
He has my support on that, and I'm going to move forward with that. People, let's do the right thing today. What we sign up for. Thank you, Mr. President. I reserve the balance of my time. Oh, it's a minute? Good.
Thank you very much, Senator Lewis. Senator Kenneth Gittins, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon to all. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, this is exactly why I don't support the election of an attorney general. This is exactly what it sounds like. Like we're in the middle of a campaign, and may the highest bidder wins. Not at all. Not today. But before I go there to this 199-year lease, the special ordered items before us are very much so important, and I'll be definitely supporting all. I do support our hospitals, and while I support our hospitals, we will ensure that we put the bells and whistles in there to make sure that we hold all of you accountable. And I'm thinking eventually we're going to need to audit these facilities, honestly. Also, I support the monies to human services to assist them with their projects. I support the revitalization of the Frederickstead project. Thank you, colleagues, all of you who were at Sea Trade. We had excellent dialogue with those individuals. The retroactive, long overdue payments need to be paid, and we will be holding the administration accountable to these monies as well. It will not be like the 50 million that was sent before, and the outstanding payments to Pafford. But you know, going to the 199-year lease, it made me think back on my good colleague. Sometimes he'd say he's a Savanero, and then he from someplace else, but you know him as Welsa Popa. But like he said, there's a difference between old and historic. And today when I was listening to you all and you all talking about history to be made and whatnot, well, let me tell you something. There's a difference between his story and history as well. Let me ask each and every one of you, which one of you are going to be around here in 99 years? Which one of you believe that your youngest child will be around in 99 years? And which one of you really believe that even your youngest grandchild is going to be around in the 199 years that we're talking about here in this bill? Not one of us. And if we're really serious about the old and dilapidated buildings that we're talking about in our historic districts of Frederickstead, Christianstead, Charlotte Amalia, and Cruz Bay, then let's go back and revisit the bill that was 350202 that simply asked that, to authorize the Historic Preservation Commission to relax certain restrictions as it relates to conservation and preservation of historic and cultural assets in the historic downtowns,
30 seconds.
so that we can assist our local property owners. We are so ready right now to assist a private entity to take over the old and dilapidated building. I am willing to assist them as well, but not for 99 years with an additional 50 and 50. Again, none of us gonna be around, not one of us. We have a generational responsibility, and the whole 99-year agreement binds not just us, but it binds our children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. They will have no voice in this, none whatsoever. You know, as we go along, I mean, there's so much uncertainty in this. There's no bells and whistles there. And this lease will definitely outlive all of us and everybody that we know. Let's do the right thing. We are the ratifiers, not the negotiators, but let's do the right thing for the people of the Virgin Islands and especially the children to come. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Colleagues, I rise in support of all of the initiatives here in this block. Beginning with bill number 36-0028. This bill was thoroughly vetted in committees of jurisdiction. We heard from Ms. Ruan and the Ruan family, third generation business owner with deep roots in the Virgin Islands. Tropical Marine represents the kind of resilient local enterprise that strengthens our economy, preserves our maritime heritage, and expands our blue economy. At the appropriate time, I absolutely will vote in support of expanding that business for the Ruans and this community. Bill number 36-0038. The bill amends Title 29 of the Virgin Islands Code to increase VIPA's, Virgin Islands Port Authority's, bonding limit from $100 million to $500 million. This amendment is absolutely crucial for the continued development and maintenance of our territory's vital port infrastructure. The current bonding cap of $100 million was established in 1988. It's almost 40 years ago. Despite significant economic growth and infrastructure needs, this outdated limitation severely restricts the Port Authority's ability to fund critical projects. At the appropriate time, I understand that an amendment has been circulated to reduce the bonding cap to $350 million, and I would support that amendment. Bill number 36-0040. You know, colleagues, it's funny. Very often in our community, we only recognize the value of something when somebody else sees the value in it. This building has been sitting there, deteriorating before our eyes for not 5 years, not 10 years, for decades upon decade upon decade. And I suspect if this initiative didn't come before us the other day, it would have continued to rot and deteriorate before our very eyes. I am all for preserving our heritage, right? But I don't think having a building sit there and deteriorate and saying that we own it, I mean, what does that give us? What does that do for us?
1 minute.
I am absolutely comfortable with us moving forward with the purchase of this building. The building is falling apart. It is a liability for us. So I think if this company, the Kim family, will invest tens of millions of dollars of their own money to build a world-class art museum that reflects and demonstrates the arts of this territory, what is wrong with that?
30 seconds.
Every community worth its salt has a flagship museum. And I think transforming our downtown Charlotte Amalie derelict facility to something that's thriving and bustling and world-class is in the best interest of this territory. With regards to the special order bill, bill number 36-0047, without question, the healthcare needs in our community should be of paramount concern to all of us. Today you're healthy, tomorrow something can happen to us, and we deserve to have a hospital that can protect our life and safety, that will ensure that we will survive. So this funding is vital for us to ensure that our healthcare facilities can continue to provide the life-sustaining care to all residents, rich or poor. Accountability measures are implemented, are part of the bill. Without question, the billing system at the hospital must work better than it currently does, so that we can do the collections, and we will ensure that this isn't just a stopgap measure that's gonna take us to the spring and then the hospitals are here again talking about how critical the situation is, So I think the accountability measures and parameters will put some accountability structure in place to ensure that this doesn't become a revolving door situation. So colleagues, at the appropriate time, I plan to vote affirmatively for all of the measures in this final block. The session will stand in recess for 5 minutes. Session is back on record, colleagues. We will move to a roll call on Senator Heiliger. You are recognized. Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you. Mr. President, I move to waive Rule 403, 404, 405, and 509B of the Rules of the 36th Legislature to Special Order BR 25-0392, an act to prevent and rescind any automatic implementation of salary adjustments made pursuant to any recommendations of the Virgin Islands Public Officials Compensation Commission to reclaim any unauthorized payments to establish enforcement and penalty provisions, and ask that BR 25-0392 be assigned a bill number and be placed on the agenda as the item before the last ISO move.
Properly moved by Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, seconded by Senator Dwayne DeGraff, objected to by Senator Kenny Gittins and Senator Cord Violet. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden? Senator Blyden, nay. Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr.? Senator Bocas Jr., nay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff? Yes. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca not voting. Senator Novelli Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., nay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, nay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
No.
Senator Gittins, nay. Senator Maurice C. James. No. Senator James, nay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yes,
Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. No. Senator Joseph, nay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. No. Senator Joseph Sr., nay. Senator Avery L. Lewis. No. Senator Lewis, nay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
No.
Senator Potter, nay. Senator Kurt A. Viale. No. Senator Viale, nay. Mr. President, 3 yeas, 11 nays, 1 not voting.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The motion fails. Senator Viale, you recognize your point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill that was just special ordered, we're going to make sure that it's given, that is proformed as soon as possible and sent to the Committee of Jurisdiction. So it's not that we don't want to hear the bill, but we want the bill to go through the committee process. So we're going to make sure that that is done and it would come before the Committee of Jurisdiction. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Viale. We will now move to a vote on the bills. Madam Clerk, can you read first bill?
Bill number 36-0038. Oh, excuse me. Bill number 36-0028. An act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Tropical Marine Inc. for parcel number 37-1, Estate Nada, number 2, Red Hook Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, and a portion of unsurveyed Estate Nada, number 2, Red Hook Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bocas Jr. Senator Bocas Jr., yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James.
Senator Gittins, yeah. She said yeah. You may continue.
Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yes. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis.
Yes.
Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale.
Yeah. Yes.
Senator Viale, yay. Mr. President, 15 yeas.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 36-0028. An act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Tropical Marine Inc. for parcel number 37-1, Estate Nada, number 2, Red Hook Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, and a portion of unsurveyed Estate Nada, number 2, Red Hook Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, was favorably voted upon by this body and will be forwarded to the Governor for final consideration and action. Madam Clerk, can you read the next item?
Bill number 36-0038. An act amending Title 29, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 10, Subchapter 3, Section 551, Subsection A, by increasing the limit for outstanding bonds for the Virgin Islands Port Authority from $100 million to $500 million.
Senator Joseph, you recognize for your motion or amendment. Senator Clifford Joseph, you're recognized for your amendment.
Mr. President, I move amendment number 36-341 to bill number 36-0038, offered by myself and Senator Avery Lewis, Senator Maurice James, Senator Alma Francis, Senator Hubert Fredericks, Senator Dwayne DeGraff, Senator Nobel Francis, Senator Kurt Bailey. Everybody in the house anyway, but. All right, not everybody. I just called in. Okay, good.
Kevin.
Bill number 36-0038, Section 1 is amended by striking 500 million and inserting 350 million. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Clifford Joseph, seconded by everyone. Senator Hubert Frederick, Senator Angel Bolkes, Senator Dwayne DeGraff, Senator Frankie Johnson, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, Senator Avery Lewis, Senator Ray Fonseca, Senator Maurice James, Senator Blyden. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Is there a motion on the bill as amended? Roll call on the bill as amended.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. Senator Gittens, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Kurt A. Vaile. Senator Vaile, yay. Mr. President, 15 yeas.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, bill number 36-0038, an act amending Title 29, Virgin Islands Code, Chapter 10, Subchapter 3, Section 551, Subsection A, by increasing the limit of outstanding bonds for the Virgin Islands Port Authority from $100 million to $500 million, as amended, has been favorably considered by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for final consideration and action. Madam Clerk, can you please read the next item?
Bill number 36-0040, an act approving the lease agreement between the Government of the Virgin Islands and Charles M. Kim VI Foundation, Inc., doing business as Virgin Islands Museum of Art for a portion of lot number 48B, Noragata, Kings Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands.
Thank you. Can we have a roll call?
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, nay. Senator, yay? Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, yay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Frederick, nay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens. No. Senator Gittens, nay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, nay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis.
Yes.
Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale. Senator Viale, nay. Mr. President, 11 yeas, 4 nays.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 36-0040, an act approving the lease agreement between the government of the Virgin Islands and Charles M. Kim VI Foundation, Inc., doing business as Virgin Islands Museum of Art for a portion of lot number 48B, Noragata, King's Quarter, St. Thomas, Virgin Islands, has been favorably voted upon by this body and will be forwarded to the governor for final consideration and action. The committee stands in recess. Session stands in recess for 5 minutes. Session is back in the records. Senator Viola, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move that no more special orders be considered in this session. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Viola, seconded by Senator Francis. Senator Maurice James, objected to by Senator DeGraff and Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Roll call. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden? Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bulkes Jr.? Senator Bulkes Jr., yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff? Senator DeGraff? Yes. Senator DeGraff, nay. Senator Ray Fonseca? Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr.? Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger? No. Senator Francis Heiliger, nay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick? Yes. Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins? Yes. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James? Yes. Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson? No. Senator Johnson, nay. Senator Carla J. Joseph? Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr.? Yes. Senator Joseph Sr., yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis? Yes. Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter?
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Kurt A. Vaile? Senator Vaile, yay. Mr. President, 12 yeas, 3 nays.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. The motion carries. Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your point of order.
Thank you.
Can you please share with us what rule has been violated?
Point of order to the chair to legal counsel.
Senator,
Mr. You cannot keep interrupting.
Senator Francis Heiliger, once you say point of order, we're asking you what rule has been violated.
Yes, and I'm requesting of legal counsel to give me a response point in regards to the rules. But Mr.
Senator Francis
Chair,
Heiliger,
yes.
once you say point of order, you have an obligation to share with us what specific rule of the 36th legislature has been violated. So that is what we're asking you right now.
Okay, point of inquiry.
You're recognized for your point of inquiry,
Thank
Senator
you.
Francis Heiliger.
Point of inquiry to the chair to legal counsel. What I would like to ask to legal counsel, and this is for record keeping and for my own knowledge and edification. Can you please share with us, can the rights of a senator be taken away to cast a motion if it's a special order or any other type of motion? Can this body specifically restrict a senator from calling a motion? Thank you.
Legal counsel.
Through the chair to Senator Francis Heiliger. Any senator may make a motion on this floor, and if a majority of this body agrees with that motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Motion.
Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you. I move to special order.
We didn't.
Excuse me? Oh, I thought you were saying something. I move to special order. What did you say?
Do your motion.
Well, are you upsetting me? Oh. You make me show my paper down. I can't find it. Frankie, give it to me quick. The one I just gave. Give me the one you just gave me. The one. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. President, I move to waive Rule 403, 404, 405, 409B of the Rules of the 36th Legislature to special order BR number 250613, an act appropriate and all outstanding pilot obligations owed by the West Indian Company Limited, WICO, to the government of the Virgin Islands for the direct benefit of the territorial hospitals. And it be given a bill number and be placed on the agenda as the item before the last. I so move.
Senator Francis Heiliger, your motion is out of order.
How?
This body ruled just 2 minutes ago to refrain from having any further special orders today. That was voted upon by a majority of this body, so your motion is out of order.
I just requested, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Mr. President, I just requested of legal counsel, and he clearly stated that any senator can bring any motion. So y'all brought one, and I brought one. But you cannot deny a senator a motion.
Senator, you voted, the majority of this body voted to not entertain any further special orders. That was voted upon by a majority of this body, so.
Are you challenging the chair? Otherwise, you gotta move on.
I am challenging the chair because I don't want to leave here without fully understanding the rule of this institution. So I need to know, can the Senate take away the right of a senator to call a motion? Because when you guys stood up and said motion and you're taking away the motion of special order, do you have
Senator.
Point of
I
order.
just need clarity.
Point of order. Point of order.
Senator, we voted. That is the decision of a majority of this body. So your motion is denied. Your motion is denied. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your point of order. What has been violated, Senator?
Hold on. Don't play with me on the rules, because I know the rules. And what's being violated right now is Rule 811, decorum. We need to stop and move on so that we could conduct and complete the business of the people. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Gittins. Madam Clerk, can we please call up the next item in Block 2? The last item in Block 2.
Bill number 36, that's 0047, an act amending Act number 8920 to appropriate $25 million from the Southern Trust Company Settlement Fund to pay retroactive wages for retired and active government employees and for other purposes.
Amendments. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and colleagues, I offer amendment number 3655, amendment in the nature of a substitute to bill number 36-0047. Bill number 36-0047 is amended, striking the entire language and inserting new language as follows. Whereas on January 15, 2020, the government of the Virgin Islands, acting through the Virgin Islands Department of Justice and the Attorney General, brought a civil action against the estate of Jeffrey Epstein pursuant to the Virgin Islands Criminally Influenced and Corruption Organization Act, captioned the government of the Virgin Islands versus estate of Jeffrey Epstein et al. Civil number ST-2020-CV-00014, the action. Whereas on November 28, 2022, the government of the Virgin Islands.
Senator Viale, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to amend the reading of this amendment and to summarize the contents of what is contained. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Viale, seconded by Senator Maurice James, objected to by Senator Alma Francis Heiliger and Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Roll call.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
Okay, I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. We're going to have a 2-minute debate. Just please let us know the time. We will start with Senator Francis. Was it Senator Viale? Objector? Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
This piece of amendment is amending a document. We have already had a dispute throughout the day as to the authorship of it. And while I have opted to pay attention and know exactly what is being attempted to do with this piece of legislation, I think it is very important that what these changes are last minute, as we are standing here, they're being altered. I don't know what half of these things are because it was just given to us. I think it should be read so we know exactly what is being amended in this document. I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. Senator Viale, you're recognized for your 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. The key to my motion was to summarize the contents of the bill. Not to read word by word, but to summarize each section so it can be clear as to what this body is attempting to do. That's first. Second, we have had this discussion for over a month and a half. So this is nothing new. If anyone in this body is saying that they don't know that the hospital needs money or retroactive monies are owed, then I just can't understand that. I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you. How much the time remaining on Senator Viale?
1 minute, 25 seconds.
Okay. What's the time for Senator Francis Heiliger?
1 minute, 25 seconds.
Both? Okay. Senator Francis Heiliger?
Thank you.
We'll proceed.
This is the type of fraud that I speak about that happens in this institution. For him to imply that I am not aware that the hospital don't need money. The very special order that I attempted to do that he got up and stopped was to give monies to the hospital. The very bill that me and my Crucian counterpart has been fighting over for the last couple of weeks was for me to give money to the hospital. So please, when you want to give wrong impressions to the public, don't do it on my behalf. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. Senator Viale, you may proceed with your minute and 25 seconds.
Thank you for clearly explaining that you knew what was going on. I reserve the balance of my time.
What I am aware of is the work that I was doing. One of the things that consistently happen within this institution is because we are divided by a minority and a majority, they make it their business to keep information from other senators. So when I stand here as a representative of the people and request that this thing be read out so I could fully understand, so I could make a full decision on behalf of the people I represent, I have the right to ask that. I reserve the balance of my time.
Thank you very much. What's the time remaining, Madam Clerk?
20 seconds, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. 1 minute, 20 seconds, Senator Kurt Viale.
Thank you, Senator Viale. You may proceed.
All senators have the documents, and they had the documents before this final version was just circulated on the floor. If you want to know what is in the document, read it. Senator Francis don't need to read it line for line for you to understand what is in the document. He needs to summarize each section
1 minute.
as to what it contains so that the people of the Virgin Islands can do it. And if it need to, I will summarize it now in the balance of my time. But the information is here. This is just a back and forth, and it's an unnecessary back and forth because there was no language that you're speaking of. This is what brought the language. And I don't want to go there, but this is what brought the language, and this is what is going to be utilized to be able to pay retroactive on all of the others.
30 seconds.
The rest is all semantics. You want to pass the $700,000 also, Waiko? Why going to pay the government in over 5 years? Are we going to be passing phantom money? We like to just play games, pass $700,000, they don't pay. They haven't paid. So we're telling the hospital now to depend on what doesn't exist. So instead of us staying here and vote on this measure now, to deal with retroactive, deal with human services, deal with the hospital, we still there here playing games about ownership. We still playing games.
Time.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you very much, Senator Viale. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger.
I am happy my colleague spoke about games being played because within this very document, the criminal activity that was done with the stealing of the $33 million from Epstein, y'all made sure put it in this document to tell the government put it back. At the end of the day, we as a body have to fight and do everything we have to do to have this administration stop the madness. But instead of you holding them accountable, you're constantly cleaning up their mess. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis Heiliger. Can we, all time has expired? Roll call on the matter before us. So, we'll vote on the motion to summarize right now. Roll call on the motion to summarize.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bulkes Jr. Senator Bulkes Jr., yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novelli Francis Jr. Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, nay. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Senator Joseph Sr., yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Kurt A. Viale. Senator Viale, yay. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 nay.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. The motion carries. Senator Francis, you may proceed with the summary.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Mr. President and colleagues, of course, the amendment in the nature of a substitute contains 6 pages. First of all, we have some whereas clauses in the front of the measure. And then in section, the enactment clause, in section 1, we have a striking of $20 million and inserting $10 million, as well as to speak to striking of $5 million and inserting $4 million, as well as in section 2, the sum of $22.5 million is appropriated for the purpose of paying retroactivity to government employees, active and retired government employees, by no later than May 30th of 2025. In B, the sum of $6 million is appropriated to fund the outstanding balance owed to the Pafford Medical Services by the Department of Health, the Virgin Islands Fire and Emergency Services, pursuant to a settlement agreement negotiated between the government of the Virgin Islands and Pafford Medical Services, Inc. Section 2C, $5 million is appropriated from the settlement to go to waste management in fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025 for wastewater services and outstanding vendors payment to solid waste haulers. The sum of $1.6 million is appropriated to the Department of Human Services for the renovation, staffing, and supplies for the expansion of the Herbert Grigg Home for the aged, again, to address the border situation as well as to the waiting lists that continue to exist. There is also the sum of $13 million is appropriated for, and that's to be divided equally, 6.5 each between the Governor Juan Francisco Louis Hospital and to Governor Roy Lester Snyder Regional Medical Center. And there's a line item for how each of those expenditures will occur, based on information that we receive from both CEOs and staff of the medical facilities. In section G, we also have some measures that allow for some accountability and austerity measures by the hospital facilities in reporting back, as well as to propose a billing system improvement for billing and collections for Medicaid, Medicare, as well as for MAP patients. There's also in G, the sum of $5 million appropriated from the settlement agreement fund to the Virgin Islands Port Authority in fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025 for the renovations and enhancements of the Anniversary Pier and adjacent areas to include the Frederiksted Beach. The Port Authority will submit to the legislature a plan for that purpose. We also have the sum of $2.5 million that is appropriated in Section 3 to the School Maintenance and Construction Fund, and that will be going to address the issue of resurfacing, repairs, restoration, and construction and maintenance of the Ivana Eudora Ken High School track and facilities to include the bleachers, bathrooms, and concession. There's also under the section 4, where there's some austerity measures, again, where $10.5 million utilized by the government of the Virgin Islands for vendors payment that was taken from the previous expenditures of this fund to be repaid back to the settlement agreement. At this time, I so move on the amendment in the nature of a substitute to Bill number 36-0047.
Properly moved by Senator Francis, seconded by Senator Re-Fonseca, Senator Marvin Blyden, Senator Maurice James, Senator Dwayne D. Graff. Okay, Senator Lewis, you have the amendment?
Wait, hold on.
We got to dispose of this first. Yeah.
1 second.
Oh.
Yeah, but he needs to gobble this one.
So, yeah?
You need to gobble this one. I mean, this one.
Ah.
You need to gobble this one.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. Amendment. Senator Lewis, you're recognized for your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I offer amendment number 371 to Bill number 36-0047, and it reads as follows. Bill number 36-0047 is amended as follows by adding section A. The sum of $7 million is appropriated in the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025 from the line of credit transaction authorized by Act number 8701 to the Virgin Islands Office of Management and Budget to be equally divided between the Governor Wang F. Louis Hospital and Medical Center and the Roy Lester Snyder Hospital and Medical Center. Hospitals for outstanding amounts owed to vendors by the hospitals. The hospital shall submit all invoices for payment to OMB, Office of Management and Budget, for disbursement to the vendors. I so move.
Properly moved by Senator Lewis, seconded by Senator Blyden and Senator Re-Fonseca. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Any further amendments? Okay. Roll call on the bill as amended. Roll call on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. As amended.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden.
1 second.
Roll call on bill number 36-0047 as amended.
Correct.
Senator Marvin A. Blyden. Senator Blyden, yay. Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes Jr., yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, yay. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yes. Yeah.
Senator Francis Jr., yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Francis Heiliger, not voting. Senator Hubert L. Frederick. Senator Frederick, yay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Yes. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Maurice C. James. Yes. Senator James, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Yes. Senator Johnson, yay. Senator Carla J. Joseph. Yes. Senator Joseph, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr. Yes. Senator Joseph Sr., yay. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Yes. Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Milton E. Potter.
Yes.
Senator Potter, yay. Senator Kurt A. Vele. Senator Vele, yay. Mr. President, 14 yeas, 1 not voting.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Colleagues, Bill number 36-0047, an act amending Act number 8920 to appropriate $25 million from the Southern Trust Company Settlement Fund to pay retroactive wages for retired and active government employees and for other purposes, as amended, has been favorably voted upon in this session and will be forwarded to the governor for final consideration and action. Senator Lewis, you recognize for your point of personal privilege, and then Senator Re-Fonseca.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I'd like to thank each and every one for their hard work today, but I'd also like to let the public know that I want to recognize the CEO of the Royal Leicester Snyder Hospital, Miss Tina Commission. She stuck it out with us here from this morning, and she's here. She probably tell him at the hospital I'm bringing back that check. CEO, congratulations. Thank you for your support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your point of information, point of personal privilege.
Thank you so kindly, Mr. President. And I too would like to thank all my colleagues of the 36th legislature, Senate President, Senator Novell Francis, Kurt Vele, Avery Lewis, all the members of the committees on health, hospital, and the full body. We have demonstrated today our 100% solid commitment to improving hospital services. We are paying down the most critical debt that the hospitals have identified as designated. This is a bandage and not the permanent cure to many of the issues raised in those letters from over 107 doctors and other healthcare professionals. This legislature has taken positive action that addresses the critical need for immediate focus and comprehensive action. These emergency funds are vital to stabilize our hospitals while longer-term reforms are implemented. Our people deserve a healthcare system that is fully functional, adequately staffed, and properly resourced. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And we, the 36th legislature, shall continue to fight to secure the funding and the reforms so that we can build the confidence in our healthcare system. Thank you so kindly, Mr. President, for the time.
Thank you very much, Senator Re-Fonseca. Senator Corville. Senator Ville, you recognize your point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President. The bill that was just passed, 36-0047, 14 members of this body signed on to this bill. 14 members of this body signed on to be able to pay back the retroactive wages, to pay the PAFAD settlement agreement, which I just read in the VI consortium, to pay human services, to pay hospital, to pay down waste management, monies for the Frederiksted Port enhancement. So none of this document is fraudulent, and that word was used. And none of this document was fraudulent that 14 members of this body signed on. The next statement that was made is, you allow them to do X, Y, and Z. This senator was not a member of the 35th legislature. So I'm not going to sit here or stand here or be in this body and take any blame for the action or inaction of anybody else. So I got to clear that record. This was a debate on making sure that needs at the Virgin Islands are funded. And I put in a tremendous amount of time along with my colleagues to make sure that those needs are met. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Ville. Senator Francis Heiliger, you're recognized for your point of personal privilege. Then we'll go to my friend from Frederiksted next.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank my colleagues for the hard work that we all put in to assist the hospitals. While I was the lone individual that chose not to vote on this piece of legislation, I am 100% in support of us paying retroactive pay. I am 100% in support of us giving monies to the hospitals. As a member of this institution, I work diligently in my attempts to find monies from various avenues to pay the hospital. But as a member of this institution, I cannot be a coward. As a member of this institution, in my opinion, I can't be a fraud. And the fact of the matter is, this administration and this governor has consistently stomped on this legislature by taking monies out of the general fund. The last thing they just did was, after this body voted to pass monies for this community out of the Epstein Fund, they on their own spent $33 million. And instead of us as a body collectively getting together and taking this administration to court to stop this lawless behavior, what we opted to do in this document is to say, hey, Governor, put it back. Why don't you give us back the $25 million that we already done voted as a body to give the people them, and he spent it without our consent? Why don't we put back some of the $33 million you spent without our consent? Just put it back, because that's the reason why he behaves the way he does, because we don't stop him. So I, as an individual, as much as I want to give and vote for this thing, there are certain things in there I cannot support. So I would like to thank all of you that voted to guarantee our people get their retro, to guarantee the hospitals get their money. But I cannot support a document where we are not going to hold this governor and this administration for illegal activities that we know in the code said he does not have authority to do. But our solution is, let me write in the code to tell him give it back. Yeah. Because the same way you don't think why going to pay our money, apparently he's going to come up with the money too and pay it back out of the same general fund. But hey, I find it entertaining. But at the end of the day, we all have to have our own individual vote, and we all have to sit on our own bottom, and we all have to make our own choices. So thank you very much, Mr. President. I greatly appreciate the time.
Thank you, Senator Francis Heiliger. Senator Franklin Johnson, you're recognized for your point of
Thank you
personal
very
privilege.
much, Mr. President. For the next 99 years, plus 2 more, this is all the people I'm going to get in this territory. 99 punch, plus the next 250. 50 and 50. So 200 years, this is what we're going to be getting for that beautiful building. I say, what, nothing. My grandfather came home in the 50s, purchased a piece of land. And they said, Mr. Johnson, what you buying bush? In less than 10 years, you know, a man come and say, Mr. Johnson, please sell me a piece of your bush. So that building, I think, is nothing. It got a lot to it. It could have been a good green waste property right there in the waterfront area. Could have done a lot of things for us. But instead, we give it away for 99 years. Then 2 more 50 years to get what? Punch. That's how we're going to get from it. Nothing else. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Johnson. Senator Lovell Francis, you're recognized for your point of personal privilege.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I just rise to, again, commend and thank all of my colleagues for support of Bill number 36-0047. And, you know, all we could say here is that, you know, we have done the work. We have waited quite some time to be able to move this retroactive legislation forward on behalf of the people. I know while even during the Christmas activities, I will be in approach everywhere we go asking about retroactive payment, and we're hoping that they could see their payment, you know, before May 30th, as the law has indicated. I want to again commend the work that has been put forth and thank the medical staff at the Governor Roy Lester Snyder Hospital as well as the Wang Louis Hospital. Again, they continue to work under adverse condition, day in, day out, is as a result of the commitment of those doctors, nurses, facility members that continue to put in this work. Despite all of the hardship, we have provided some band-aid to the situation, I will admit, because I think that there is much work to be done in order to address the collective quality of healthcare throughout this territory. It's no single bullet, no single panacea that will address this particular issue. It's years and years of neglect under uncompensated care, under all kind of other adversities that we have seen our healthcare has gotten to this point, and we commit ourselves here in this body to continue to make sure that we're doing our part to support the solvency of our healthcare. We all need it. We don't know when. Certainly, so we want to continue to be in support of those. I'm not standing here or jumping up on the desk, beating my chest about this whole measure, because we know that as we speak right now, we're individuals that may be lifted, there are individuals that continue to be under adverse health situation, and all we could do is make sure that we're supporting our healthcare entity to at least save our people in this Virgin Islands. There's a comprehensive measure that has been put forth. We try to give a little bit to everybody, so that there will be a level of satisfaction in this community, and there's much work to be done, and all I can do is continue to implore you and ask that we continue to stay focused on what needs to be done, again, to resolve the issues of this community. Thank you very much for your work today. God bless you all.
Thank you very much, Senator Francis. Senator Frederick, you're recognized for your point of personal privilege.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a very pleasant experience to go through. I've seen all forms of legislative actions. I'm disappointed that I wasn't versed enough to get involved in some of the fun, but smart enough to leave some of the warring factions, stay out of that, because it's more than I bargained for. But I want to say this to the people of the Virgin Islands. Today was very pivotal and important for our healthcare system. Being a former Deputy Commissioner of Health, I understand how critical it was to make sure we shore up our healthcare system, and I'm confident that this money is going to help. But I don't know for how long, unfortunately. They will probably be back, and we need to be prepared to find some more money for the uncompensated care that's out there. Because every single day people are coming to the hospital and they're not paying. So we still, as a government, it's our hospital, it's our people, we need to prepare for that. And it's upon us to pay our taxes, collect our taxes, do the right thing so we could find the money to pay for the uncompensated care that's out there. So it's gonna happen again. Don't be surprised. I want to thank the retirees for being patient. We were able to get some money to you, and I'm so happy. I don't have to hear every time I see someone, Mr. Frederick, what about my retro? There's some money coming to you. And colleagues, thank you so much for working hard to get this done. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate this opportunity. Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Fredericks. We definitely, colleagues, have reached the end of the road here today. I want to thank you very much for the hard work that you put in doing the people's business. I think we did some important work in trying to bring an economic lifeline to territories hospitals. That is something that we all have an interest in. I want to thank the legal counsel for the tremendous work that they've done over the last couple weeks, days and hours. Thank you, legal counsel. We could not have done this without you. I want to thank all of our central staff, employees, our media, our court reporters. Thank you for all that you do to make things run smoothly here at the first branch of government. I want to wish the people of the Virgin Islands a very happy Easter holidays when it comes, and happy Carnival. Session officially is adjourned.